I should probably actually unmute. That would be the smart thing. Ugh. Oh, big stretch before sitting for ever long. Whew, head rush. Fwesky or Fwessy. Hello. Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing? Okay, let me open up a new tab. And let me put You're here to cause trouble. Why would you do this? Why would you wake up and immediately choose violence? I say it like that's not a relatable thing. Okay, so let's see. Exposed. So, there you are.
Well,
wake up, it's 14:50 my time. Oh, 2:50. I'm just getting high at the trade station while waiting on a trade. I'm making it your problem now. That's fair. I would join you, but I think I'm basically out of... I mean, I could try to scrape together some meager stuff. We'll see what I can work with. I've been meaning to go to the weed store like the last 2 or 3 days. But I did go to one. It just didn't have any of what I needed. Anyways. So, I feel bad because I haven't been streaming enough. Every day, I'm like, just going at myself like, stream. You're not streaming enough. And then I'm just not streaming. It's just like, whatever. So today, we're going to do an on and off thing all day. It'll be determined on how often Demona wants my attention. Or if she needs to go outside and sit in the sun for a little bit. So this streaming stuff will be on and off all day. I apologize for that. That's just how Demona works. But there was a drama in April, which I guess is technically still going on. I feel like it's been almost entirely overshadowed by the Colleen Ballinger stuff. But there was a thing in April that I sort of had a passing glance at, but I didn't really delve into everything in full. And now I'm like, you know what? That would be like a good topic for an on and off streaming thing. It's just going into all of these videos, bursting through the door, what drama. You probably know about it. It was very big. It was so big that, like, my brother knew about it. He heard about it, and he doesn't engage with, like, the commentary online drama type shit like I do. Oh my god, what the fuck was I saying? No! Would it be the Illuminati situation? You would be correct. Like I said, I sort of took a passing glance at it. I know some aspects, but I don't know the full thing. I never watched all of Illuminati's video. I never watched all of Click's video. I know there are a bunch of other videos, which we'll have to go through them one by one, because I don't know how many there are. So, We'll see. I feel like a good starting point... TikTok music is playing. That sounds horrible. I feel like a good starting point is her Wikipedia. So, hang on. Nope. I have to type it correctly. Illuminati. With 2 I's at the beginning and the end. Like a fucking... Oh my god, it's like a... It's like a mid-2000s DeviantArt username. Like, you guys know when they used to have, like, 2 of a letter at the end and beginning of your username, and it was usually X, but I imagine sometimes it could have been I. That's what that is. Oh, we get to have your take on that one. Okie dokie. My take on that one is, I feel like most people's take on that one, but it seemed like an interesting thing to go through, just because I haven't fully gone through it. Okay, so let me just move a few things around. So we're gonna start on the wiki, but then as we move into the video, I will be drawing and just pausing the video intermittently. Also, I got, you guys can't see it because I don't have a camera, but, I got a Huion key dial recently. Oh no! My buttons are fading. Oh, you know what? That's what I get for drawing them in pen. I got a Huion key dial recently. I ascribed buttons to it. I'm still sort of figuring it out. But if I just randomly start, like, accidentally mass deleting a bunch of shit and then catch myself and go, oh, fucking damn, that's because I pressed the wrong fucking button. Because sometimes I mix up the shift and the delete button. I probably should have waited a little longer before I put my key thingies on it. Actually, give me a second. 1 sec. But that's me. I always say I'm gonna wait, and then I don't, and I regret it. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I'm fucking. My head wasn't attached. Okay, I got it. That was actually a thing my great grandmother used to say all the time, that I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached. Alright. Blair Zahn. Wait. Is her name actually, like, her surname actually Zahn? Interesting. Is that, like, where's a surname like that even from? Oh, it's saying Zahn's surname. I want to look this up. Scotland. Nope, not helpful. Oh well. Oh, Jewish. No? Okay. I don't know. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to switch over. Fucking. Oh, you dumb fucking. Oh, give me a sec. Nope. Nope. Do this and that. Yeah, cool, got it. I did it. I know how to work things. I can be a smart individual when I try. Okay, I'm gonna put a little music in the back, because otherwise we'll get a little bored. Let's find some royalty-free shit. Oh, why is it so hot? Let's do... Ugh, the one that I listen to normally is gone. Okay, fine. Let's do this one. Too loud. There we go. Okay, cool. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha. So, we'll start off with the Wikitubia just to refresh ourselves with Illuminati, because I don't feel bad when I say this. I did not watch her content because I think I watched a few videos way forever ago, and I got the vibe that she was just reading off of Wikipedia articles, and I was wholly unimpressed. Anyways, Blair Zahn, born January 23rd, 1993. 2 years younger than me. Says age 30, but alright, whatever. Better known online as Illuminati, Sarah J. Boren, Doobie Schmertz, and Lorago, is an American YouTuber who provides narration to videos created, written, and produced by her editors' employees about multi-level marketing schemes, companies, and charities. She was a part of a of collaboration channels Tommy C's SFTP, what the fuck is an SFTP, and Sad Milk. She is the CEO of digital media company Pyramid Entertainment, LLC, which has offices in Colorado, Tennessee, and Indiana. Due to her long history of lying, authoritarian control, neglect, debt trap, diplomacy, victim blaming, backstabbing, bullying, silencing victims, doxing, frivolous litigation, emotional and psychological abuse, defamation, manipulation, stalking, harassment, intimidation, smear campaigns, and blackmail, oh my god, that came to light. We're in for a fucking treat. Holy shit. She is often referred to as the Darvo Queen of YouTube, or Creepshow Art 2.0. She is sometimes called Poop Knife Girl for her infamous video discussing how she picked up her baby arm-sized bowel movement with her bare hands. But bitch, a baby arm is fucking nothing. In the Philippines, where her videos have a strong presence, she has been dubbed Bini Bidding Dugyot. I definitely said that wrong. Miss Dirty, after photos of her room surfaced online. Yeah, I'm not the neatest person, but like I think I saw the picture of Blair's room, and I'm not that bad. Oh, okay. Blair used to make edgy, bigoted videos under the alias Sarah J. Warren before pivoting to anti-MLM activist, social justice, leftist, and progressive content when those topics became popular and profitable. I did not know that at all, but you know what? I guess I didn't really know anything about her, so. Blair is also infamous for filing false copyright claims through dubious means to take down videos critical of her and monitoring other creators' social blade pages to celebrate when they experience a dip in view and subscriber counts, or to baselessly accuse who she considers her competition of subbotting when they surpass her statistics. I vaguely remember this. I think that happened back when she was doing... I could have sworn she was doing, like, Reddit reading content. Like, you know the channels that, like, read off posts from Reddit? I think she was doing that. And if I remember correctly, she accused another channel of subbotting because he exploded too fast and she didn't think that was possible or something. That's the excuse I remember her giving. Blair started a secret channel called Prism of the Past. Wait, that was supposed to be... Were we not supposed to know that was Blair? IB Bappas just subscribed for 18 months. Thank you, that was very sweet of you. Oh my fucking lord. I know nothing about Illuminati, but calling her Creepshow Art 2.0 feels so cheap. Like Shannon was an actual stalker and genuinely deranged. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know enough about the situation to be able to say if Creepshow Art 2.0 is a good comparison or not. Sorry. Devoid of any Illuminati branding. Again, you called it Prism. Okay. As a backup plan in light of her recent controversies, as of June 7th, 2023, the channel has not uploaded any videos, but has already garnered almost 1,000 subscribers. It is rumored that Blair will hire voice actors to narrate upcoming videos, eliminating any direct connection to her or her brand. This allows her to still make money off the platform while taking the focus away from the allegations. The Discord server and Patreon community run by Illuminati do not allow discussion of any of her past actions, including hinting to or alluding to her abuse. Blair tasked her moderators to be constantly on guard for detractors or anyone trying to inform people of the real her. Anyone who is found to be guilty of speaking of Blair critically are banned permanently, even if they are paying customers. Interesting. As a result... Hang on, I want to look at that. Oh, that's not... References. Hello? Was I not looking for reference 15? Hello? What the... What? Okay, let's try this again. Click. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, what is this?
And more of me having some goofs and gaffs, okay? Today, I invaded Illuminati's Discord server. I say invaded, but I literally just joined off an invite like everyone else. So, after close inspection of this server, this shit is locked down, dude. You can barely even say the word drama in there, okay? The mods in there are constantly moderating the chat, and not a single person is allowed to say anything about what's going on. So essentially, they're creating an echo chamber. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's no opinions that can be heard besides, oh, I love Blair, I never do me. Anyways, getting into it, I joined. You guys hear what happened? No, what? I'm not doing that. That's a stupid fucking voice. No, what? Illuminati is kind of a bad person. Can we not? yeah, sorry guys. But she is though. We just want to vibe and chat. Who? All of us here. I know, I'm like 7 years old. I know, I understand. Do I look like I want to deal with your bullshit? Sayonara. And that concludes my Illuminati Discord.
Okay, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Anyone who is found to be guilty of speaking, as a result, many people are still sympathetic with her and are in the dark as to what's going on beyond the Legal Eagle situation. Within this group, and including her own employees, she insists on being called Mom or Period. Ew. Okay, it's one thing to have that be a nickname. It's another thing to insist that people call you that. I want to see that. Hello? Fucking give me the deets. The fact that they had people saying much love to Pyramid Mom. Okay, that doesn't prove that she insists that people call her that. That just proves that people call her that. In a meeting with my bosses, but I have this up in the background. Oh, you're being a sneaky snake. Her subreddit, r/Illuminati, very creative, was also made private in May. Why did my brain fart on that word? In May 2023 to prevent discussions surrounding her controversies. In her response to the allegations on Patreon, she refused to take accountability for her actions and said that she will give real-world consequences for the actions people have taken against her, despite her being the one to attempt to publicly dox Danny, the editor, and bully Legal Eagle, which served as the flashpoint that gave her abuse survivors the courage to speak up. She claimed that all of the backlash she's facing is due to manufactured drama. On June 26, 2023, Blair went full circle and was caught defending pedo- What the fuck?! Huh?
Okay, listen. I'm very serious when I say I'm kind of scared to upload this, okay? 'Cause this is new stuff that could present legal issues. I didn't do anything wrong, I promise. I didn't, because this has evolved from reporting on the situation to being involved, okay? I want to say, don't go after anyone in this. Don't worry, we're about to go back to the normal format, but to cover my ass...
I was just thinking the same thing, Wandering Lost Breeze. Every fucking, you can't escape them! Like, what the shit?
One more time, all of this is alleged. I also want to clarify before we start that because I didn't think this was going to turn into a video...
This kind of shit is making me like, oh, maybe I shouldn't, bring a kid into this world. It all comes back to fucking predators going after kids. It's like, maybe I shouldn't... Oh, fucking hell. Oh, it's terrifying.
There were certain screenshots that I didn't get. I didn't grab some screenshots, but it doesn't affect what's going on, and I have other ways to back up what I'm saying, but I just wanted to let you guys know beforehand.
Oh,
so you guys know the drill already. This is Illuminati. I have an entire playlist on her drama if you guys want to go check.
Oh my fucking god, boy. This is why I have the 2 video per person rule. Oh my god.
check it out. And this is Charlie, a 15-year-old commentary YouTuber who has been helping me investigate Illuminati. He texted me today and asked if we could talk because he came across something very important. There is an individual in her server. He is an apparent artist, and he DMs Charlie. It starts off innocent enough, but immediately in her server, he is an apparent artist.
I have my answer now. Where did I do with that other picture? Ba-bam.
And he DMs Charlie. It starts off innocent enough, but it immediately devolves into creep area. The individual says, hey, yo, draw me with her. He says, hey, I do other art. He asks if he wants to see them, which then he sends his portfolio, which is full of porn. I do other art. He asks if he
want to see. Yeah, but what's that stand for? Yeah,
wants to see them, which then he sends his portfolio, which is full of porn. And Charlie says, damn, too bad I'm a broke 16-year-old. He begins to keep pushing. He says, hey, not too bad though, because maybe you can find someone that can. There's always someone looking for commissioned art. No, that's cool. She's like 30 and I'm 16. It's just a fantasy. That's what I specialize in. The imagination part. He says he'll send him what he's about to draw, and Charlie says not to worry about the NSFW drawings. And then says, I'm not sure if I kept this in the portfolio. And then sends more NSFW drawing. And then again follows it up with more. This appears to be of Jaden Animations. Charlie asks for his...
No! Okay. If like a 15-year-old is crushing on a 30-year-old cartoon character, like a fictional character, it's like, fine. What? Not a real... Stop! Not real people! No!
Age, and he says, I won't tell you my age, but we're close in age. How about that? Are you older or younger? Older, dude. You 18? Which he never responds. And then Charlie comes out and says he was lying, that he's actually 15 years old. I also want to specify during this, Charlie knew what was going on. He does play kind of a character throughout this situation, although he is legitimately 15. This wasn't originally intended to go in there and be like, hey, predator. You get what I'm saying? That's the way it fell. I'm pulling these from a singular recording he sent me of DMs. I'll play them right here if you guys want to go over it yourself and look through all of the DMs, because I did just give kind of a synopsis. At this point in time, I personally look over the stuff and I ask him if it's okay if I message Illuminati about this stuff, and he says it's okay. I want to clarify that although I don't like her, I would at least want to give her the chance to handle this in her own community because of the severity of the situation, which I will get to how she handles it later.
Someone bring me up to speed. We are just getting up to speed ourselves. I didn't really fill myself in on the whole Illuminati drama situation when it was going on, so I figured we'll do like an on and off all day stream today, see if we can figure it out. And like in going over the fucking Wikipedia page, it's all like, oh yeah, by the way, she defended pedophiles. It's like, oh no, why does it always come back? Child sex abuse survivor stuff ahead, Brooke. Thank you for the warning. We appreciate that. Trigger warning for guys. I can't. Everybody type that into chat because fucking I'm not signed in to Streamlabs somehow. I don't know how that works. Wait, let me just... Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Oh no, I'm just thinking of whenever I go to Twitch. Trigger... That was not supposed to be a W. I'm sorry. I was not being fucking... God, fucker! I was not being a bitch. I actually just typed that wrong. Ooh, I had a lot more than I thought I did. I've got almost a whole fucking spinach thingy. Let's see how this one works. Alright. Trigger warning!
The individual now acknowledges that he is 15. He says, butthole, since when does a 15-year-old have bills? And this is where it starts getting a little disgusting, okay? Your profile picture looks like a cream pie. Then he starts asking for pics. It starts out innocent enough, if that can be innocent. Maybe an elbow pic? Then he sends an elbow pic.
In general, why are you asking of pictures from a 15... Like... In what fucking context do you need pictures from a fucking 15-year-old? Have you eaten, staying hydrated, taking any meds if you need them? I only take my meds at night.
And then he goes on saying he wants to lick it, I guess. And then he goes on to talk about how hard he is. And this is where it starts to get a little...
Stop. Okay, is that a yes? Thanks for actually sending something. Nice skin though, thanks. I'm gonna lick.
I guess. And then he goes...
My hand. I don't show my face. I have facial dysmorphia. That's fair. So hot. Ugh! I got big hands. I'm rock hard. Stop!
On to talk about
something has to get
how hard
pregnant.
he is. And this is where it starts to get a little not good, okay? He sends a picture of his hand and Loop says, so hot. Goes on to say, I'm rock hard. And here is the killing blow. This is where it gets a little rough. So if you guys are sensitive to this,
I saw a hand. I'm so horny.
you know, hey, can you send more? Sure. What do you want? Let's see. Dick. I'm going to the prize. Actually, yeah, if you want. It's not like I can force you, lol. Send it. You don't mind? I'm only 15. I mean, I don't care. But Charlie then sends a picture of himself. Fully clothed, by the way. Nothing bad, but he responds, hot. During all of this, I'm trying to find ways to contact Blair. I tried her Discord. I tried joining her Patreon Discord, but I can't talk without paying. So what I did is I did pay the $5 to hopefully get in contact with her. I do want to clarify, I did tell Charlie not to encourage him, not to send anything. Then Charlie sends this. Charlie thinks he's joking. I do clarify that this is serious. This isn't a joke. At this point in time, I get into her Patreon server, and these are the messages that I do not get because I didn't think this would turn into a video. I asked for an admin or for Blair because I need to report some serious behavior that's going down. Someone, I'm not totally sure, I don't recall, says an admin will be online whenever they are so things can get dealt with. Meanwhile, this individual is asking Charlie, the 15-year-old, to call him daddy and asking, how far will you go? Charlie refuses, and the individual blocks him in an effort to force him to call him that, and he later unblocks him, but Charlie doesn't respond. This is around the time the mod gets on, and he/she says their DMs are open. I go to their DMs to send a message, then both me and Charlie are banned from the server before I can even send anything. I don't stop. I don't stop here because this is serious stuff, okay? I messaged Blair on the Patreon, and I can only assume she saw later because of a reason I will get to in a little bit. I say,
Man, this is why I don't have a fucking server, because like the fear of like some fucking predator getting in there. Ugh.
I was just banned from your server. I was asking a mod to report pedo behavior for one of your Patreon members
Don't have a server anymore, but you know.
in the Discord server. And whoever it was decided to ban me. I have evidence and I would like to share if at all possible. This isn't drama. This isn't for attention. I'm just trying to report this behavior, which I get no response. I have an alt in her server. I can't access general chats because I don't have a Patreon link to that, and I'm not paying $5. And the same admin that said their DMs are open, and I assume that kicked us, puts this in the announcements. It reads, at everyone, anyone that enters the server only for drama and trying to gather evidence against Blair in light of recent events will be permabanned. Just a reminder. I apologize for the double ping, but I strongly suspect that drama trolls have entered the server and asked questions related to age gap relationships to try to expose the Patreon server as condoning pedophilia. Please be very cautious with what you say and do not give out any information. As an obvious note, we do not condone these actions, and we will only condone language that strongly condemns horrific acts. It wasn't an age gap relationship, dude. It was a 2-hour-long conversation that quickly escalated into the user asking a minor for nude pictures of himself. That was a 2-hour conversation. It was that quick. And somehow they can justify it by an age gap relationship? This is where my opinion starts to begin here. The situation's over by this point, okay? Blair was the person going after Click and bashing him online for allowing pedos in his server.
I really wouldn't lightly make accusations.
So we'll see that, I guess, when we get to Blair's video. What the fuck? Okay. I didn't know that fucking Okay, fine. I guess I just have to accept this is online. And sorry, I just read the thing about the baby arm-sized poop. Isn't a baby arm-sized poop like the normal size of a poop? Like, am I? Shut up, me. I'm the weird one. I should already know that. Okay, so. Oh, Doge. Oh, make me want to go pet Demona. Okay. Yeah, how were people not supposed to think that this was her? It's okay, whatever. Anyways, first things first, I'm the realist. No, shut up. It's time. Is about that time. Her mods are disgusting, not taking that seriously. Nasty! Okay. So, we're gonna start, I guess, with Blair's video. So how many people in chat are aware of what she tried to pull on Twitter before this video came out? Like the bullshit that like prompted everybody to start coming out and talking about her. How many people are aware of that on Twitter? I'll be right back. Talk about that. Tell me how many people are aware of that. You don't even know we don't even really know what's going on. You are confused. That's fine. You can go in from the perspective of one of Illuminati's viewers. So some of y'all are going to be role playing, okay? I know that you're not aware of who Illuminati is, but I assume most of you are aware of like what parasocial relationships are. For this context, I want you to assume that you have, or not assume, I want you to pretend like you have a parasocial relationship with this user. And you watch her content, she makes content on like multi-level marketing and, I don't know, conspiracy shit and PETA being fucking hypocritical or whatever. And then all of a sudden one day she comes out with this video. Oh wait, now I know where I've heard of Illuminati before. A guy from the channel, One Topic at a Time, did a vague video about when shit happened. Yeah, we're probably going to be covering that too. Cool, I love role-playing. When do we roll initiative? Right now! Where's my fucking dice? No, I don't have it at the ready for this joke. Curse it. Wait! Games. Yes! Roll for initiative. No, that's too many dice. Oh well. I did roll a d20 though. Cool. Now, set yourself in the vibe of a parasocial fan. You pull up a brand new video, and this is what you are greeted with.
Hey everyone. Well, there's no really fun or interesting way to start this conversation, so you guys know what you're here for, and I'm just gonna jump into it the way I know how to. So I'm sure, as all of you know, many things have been said about me in the past week and a half-ish, and I'm someone who often doesn't speak my side of things, and that's something that's also been noted. Just for kind of full transparency in this, I'm going to be working from some of my notes that I've written to accomplish two main things. The first is mainly to keep me on track with the subject matter and off of tangents. I know I like to go off on tangents and talk about various topics all the time, but this is not that time. The second reason is really just to keep my emotions in check. A lot of the things that I'm going to talk about in the most of this video, to be totally honest with you, are things kind of from the past. They involve old friends, people that I used to consider close friends and I used to trust and really enjoy spending time with, and kind of reopening a lot of these wounds is really painful. It's really uncomfortable.
I feel like I need popcorn. Whenever Demona needs attention, I'll take a break and I'll make popcorn for when I get back.
And it's not something I ever thought I would ever have to speak about, especially not in this kind of way. After a few days of self-reflection and really thinking about what I want to say and how I want to talk.
Some serious self-reflection. Oh, I love that.
About these things, I think now is the right time. To be perfectly honest, I'm feeling pretty vulnerable to have this conversation with so many people and so publicly, especially since some of the things that I'm going to talk about today are really personal and things in my private life that should have...
Okay, I'm gonna be real. I'm working on a video, sort of, passively. I say that because I don't want to work on it. I'm working on a video where, like, I feel like I'm gonna have to say this exact same thing, where, like, I'm gonna have to talk about personal stuff from my past that I don't really want to talk about, but I feel like I have to, blah, 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 blah. So, like, already I'm listening to this and I'm like, fuck, if I didn't know what was coming.
Have never become content fodder. So let me try something new today.
Sorry.
A life that should have never become content fodder. So let me try something new today, and I'm going to address these issues. Now, before we get into debunking many false statements that have been made about me, I want to start with an apology. I have apologized privately to Legal Eagle the day after this incident occurred, though I have not been publicizing that until right now. Maybe this is something I should have said sooner, but...
Interesting that she doesn't... Because we're going into this from the perspective of, like, one of her fans, right? It's interesting that she doesn't present to you what she did to Legal Eagle that she has to now apologize for. She instantly goes into, I apologized.
But I needed the time to think through the events that have preceded. And for those unaware,
I needed time to think through everybody calling me the fuck out and putting me in my place.
Story. My editors came to me about how parts of a Legal Eagle video looked similar to our videos.
There we go.
And then there were messages.
Put a fucking foot in my mouth. She's doing it now.
And an email from one of Legal Eagle's editors asking for more information about how we do certain effects. I looked at the compared images that were brought to me and I said, wow, that does look pretty similar, and I impulsively posted about it on Twitter. Truthfully, I should have looked into this more instead of just putting the information out there the second I had a gut reaction about it. I should have asked him what the emails were about, but I didn't. And I made a mistake, and plain and simple, I was wrong. So to Legal Eagle and team, I just want to reiterate that I messed up, and I'm sorry for any stress this may have caused you. And
okay, so she does talk about the issue, but she doesn't show us what she accused them of stealing. So, take that foot halfway out of my mouth.
Of course, to your team. I know I apologized privately and removed the tweets with that apology, and I'm now publicly sharing that information with...
Interesting. So, we can also now not see what she accused him of stealing, and she doesn't present it to us here. Okay.
With all of you. And I want to extend that apology to my audience and to listeners who are disappointed in me for this, because I'm also disappointed in myself. It was a quick-drawn decision, and it wasn't thought out. I promise to do better. As we continue in this video, I do want to give you a heads up that there will be trigger warnings for various sections as needed. I also want to go ahead and let you know that I will be providing a public Google Drive containing any and all relevant information that I will address in this video, similar to how I provide a source document for every episode of mine.
What?
Let's start with the first accusation and go from there. After Legal Eagle responded in his tweets, there was another tweet that arose in tandem to this situation. And that tweet was made by another YouTuber called HBomberGuy. And this YouTuber is someone who also creates longer form content.
Okay, here we go. So from HBomberGuy, just to clarify, one of Legal Eagle's editors asked one of your editors what plugin they used for a personal video they were working on for their own channel. Wait. Wait. Wait, is that true? Wait, was this not... Was the editor for Legal Eagle not even asking for a Legal Eagle video? It was very... Okay, so she targeted Legal Eagle, and Legal Eagle wasn't the person whose content was going to benefit from this. Alright, cool. I love it. Interesting. I take plagiarism really seriously, so I am interested in an explanation what exactly is wrong here. Tweet was deleted. Personally, Illuminati, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script. Lawsuit with FDA in 1989. Stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products. Illuminati's debunking anti-vax. Okay, we'll have to see this.
As someone who creates this type of content and researches various topics, the main thing to keep in mind is the source material used. Things like articles, interviews, videos, documentaries, academic essays, and so on and so forth. As video essayists, this is a core concept to both Harris and myself. Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute to define this word. On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford.
To steal and pass off the ideas or words of another as one's own. Thanks, Blair.
I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source.
Words. Idea or words. Interesting. Interesting that she specifically removed that part of... Okay.
With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table. Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminati, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." End quote. However, in his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks. Additionally, you can even see the dual ellipses on either end of that quote, indicating that more of that source was being cited. When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source. It has been 3 years since I posted this episode, and I've been really grateful to be able to continually learn and grow with time. Since then, I've learned to be much more overt and obvious with citations, something that may not have been perfectly clear to me 3 years ago. I apologize for the oversight of not making that quote more clear. At the time of recording, it was really obvious to me that it was a citation of the documentary, especially in full context of that section of my video, because that section was wholly dedicated to Brian Deer's work. And for some clarification, I would like to provide both you and Harris with the script that I was working off of. It will be available in the Google Drive. While I believe emphasizing the key phrase of the quote about stopping injections on autistic children was, and still is, very important to point out, the quote should have been fully displayed on screen. This was certainly a poor editing choice, and it's an editing style that I no longer utilize, but it's most certainly not plagiarism. But with that being said, I still want to take accountability where it's needed, so I still would like to apologize for this citation not being made more clear visually in that video. Harris, I am also someone who takes plagiarism seriously, and I do see where your criticism comes from, but unfortunately, this was simply an oversight on an editing error, but not an act of plagiarism. To me, at the time of the recording, the entire section was very obviously a citation, even as seen in the script.
However, Wakefield didn't do all this alone. No, there was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Fudenberg, a former immunologist who has long been controversial In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products. Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs. What a great partner. That's okay. Let's see. So, what was this documentary?
As a visual...
Debunking anti-vax, the truth about Wakefield. Alright, give me a sec. Time, Vax, Illuminati. Okay, here we go. Part 2. Okay. We're not gonna go through this whole video. Sources. Let's see, source 24. Copy. And we're gonna paste and go. Okay. Oh god, it's 20:49, I wonder. Nope, comments are turned off. Okay, lovely. Now let me see, sort by newest. Damn it. I was hoping that some of the newer comments citing plagiarism would point out what time in the video that happens, but you know, whatever. Let me see. Hang on. Maybe we just do this. See if we can happen to find it. What did it look like again? Okay, microscope. Can we find... Nope. Aha!
Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products. Then in 19...
It started with fear. Fear spread by a doctor. Fear of a vaccine given routinely to children, brought willingly by their parents for protection.
I feel like I've seen this exact documentary. Oh, wait.
Where was he getting that from?
I don't know, it's just a wild idea, I guess. Want to set up a corporation, make me a partner. Give me 6.
Who collaborated with the Maverick Professor back in 1997. It was also a major...
Wait, why did it... Wait. Oh my fucking god. Is her video literally just recapping the documentary in order? Oh, you stupid bitch. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, well, I guess that's settled. Yes, Illuminati plagiarized. Not particularly fucking shocked. Okay. Let me just close that. Ah!
Working off of. It will be should have been fully displayed on screen. This was certainly a poor editing choice, and it's an editing style that I no longer utilize, but it's most certainly not plagiarism. But with that being said, I still want to take accountability where it's needed, so I still would like to apologize for this citation not being made more clear visually in that video. Harris, I am also
But I'm not admitting to plagiarism.
someone who takes plagiarism seriously. And I do see where your criticism comes from.
I take it very seriously because it's how I make most of my money. Yeah, remember when I said that I didn't really engage with Blair's work because originally I got the vibe that she was reading off of Wikipedia? Anyways.
But unfortunately,
sorry, that was
this
exceptionally
was simply
rude.
an oversight on an editing error, but not an act of plagiarism. To me, at the time of the recording, the entire section was
What's a documentary? Give me a sec. I'll post it in the chat for you. I'm pretty sure I've seen this exact documentary forever ago, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it. There you go. Enjoy.
very obviously a citation, even as seen in the script. There was a visual change to break up the many words that would otherwise be just chunked onto the screen, which, looking back at it, despite not being so visually appealing to have tons of words on the screen, this should have been an opportunity to provide that full quote to avoid any confusion like this whatsoever. Based on the definition of the word plagiarism, his claims are simply false. Not only is the source quoted on screen, it's also cited in the sources list, which, again, I will provide in the Google Drive. As
Bitch, shut the
a more
fuck up.
seasoned video essayist now, I've been lucky that I'm able to continue learning how to showcase facts and other relevant materials in an interesting and educational way. And I'm really excited that I get to continue doing that. I'd like to think that in the last 3 years, myself and my team have grown to create better content that is educational and entertaining.
Many of you have noticed that some older episodes have been remade in recent years, and that is because of learning new material and better ways to present old material, things that I felt I could improve, ergo a new video. Okay, but you're clearly still plagiarizing.
And this is clearly an example of how we have improved since that time. I have nothing but love for
Oh, I guess you're plagiarizing a little less now, question mark, because it was 3 years ago.
everyone on my team, from editors, writers, artists, and even some of the not so fun kind of clerical duties like payroll. I'm always gonna have
Why did I think she was gonna say Nazis? It's just because I've been watching the stream.
their back, even if sometimes things slip through the cracks. We're a team of people who make human mistakes. We're gonna continue to improve content as the years continue, and we'll always be able to learn and improve.
I love that it's a team of people now. Now, she's like, I'm gonna take accountability. Also, it's a team of us. Blair, you're the fucking person behind the channel. Like, if you put it on your channel, that's a you problem. Your team only does what you fucking tell them to do.
Improve from the past.
Unless you let them run wild, which is like, oh god.
Before I address any one person individually, I want to kind of cover everything in a general and broader scope regarding Sad Milk. Sad Milk was a collaboration channel started by 6 friends in 2020. It was kind of essentially group Reddit readings and just looking at cringe things online and reacting to it. It was no big deal on the surface. This channel and this project was just meant to be something goofy.
Wait, this is where I pause? Should I pause? Or was that in relation to something else? I'm gonna unpause for a second. This is where every statement is a lie. Okay. I guess I shouldn't say I'm looking forward to it, but I'm certainly intrigued.
Easy and kind of cringy, but a shared channel that we could all get a kick out of. It was just supposed to be a bunch of friends hanging out, reacting to funny images, and just having a good time together.
Yeah, so like Reddit content reactors.
I mean, the channel name was literally called Sad Milk, so it wasn't really something that anyone was taking too seriously. Discussing Sad Milk now.
What does that have to do? Why does the name Sad Milk inherently mean that you can't take the channel seriously? I subscribe to a channel called Dave's Lemonade. It's true crime content. What? Oh, whatever.
Now in current day is always a little bit bittersweet for me. It was a fun project among friends that turned sour. The issues I'm about to address cost me some of my closest friends at that time. When the Sad Milk channel was formed, I initially took the lead and I made the channel, I made the Discord, I got my mods from my server to help run the new Discord, I hired and managed video editors to help us produce more content. I was the one who was sourcing the topics and files for each video, and I was the one who had set the schedules for recording too. The reality of the
I asked the milkmen to fill out time zone tables so I could see everyone's availability to make the recording schedule, but I would get the chart filled out like this and it made it hard to schedule anything. It's time to update our time. Time zone. Monday. Yes. How does that make it? I don't understand how this makes it difficult to schedule. If anything, that that effectively guarantees you 2 content makers, like, at least half of the week. How would this make it difficult to schedule? But I would get the chart filled out like this? What's wrong with this? This is them expressly Also, she filled out the chart the exact same fucking... You're in here! You filled out the chart the same way! Like, the only one I could see being an issue is the click. But, like, I don't know when this screenshot was taken. Maybe he, like, didn't know what his schedule was gonna be like. Fucking... What the shit?
Situation was this. With creators in different time zones, it was logistically pretty hard to get everyone together at one place in one time.
Oh, and it says the time zone. Okay. So... Yeah, I would get the chart filled out like this, and it made it hard to schedule anything. I legitimately do not understand what is wrong with the way the guys filled out the chart that is different from how she filled out her chart. I legitimately do not understand. Okay, see Oz up there? Yes. I see Oz. Even if there were schedule issues, there's no need for every member to be in every video. They could swap around. Yeah, like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if anything, you only want 2 people per, because otherwise it's gonna get way too crowded, and people are gonna be, like, talking over each other. So, like... You probably just want 2 or 3 people at a time. You probably don't want everyone all at once. You should make that like big event things that you can better plan for. The click wasn't available that week, or it was taken before he filled it out. Yeah, those are other possibilities. Like, she's just like, fucking, look at how badly they filled it out. But like, the only possible one you could say is bad is the click, and that could be for a multitude of reasons that don't inherently just pigeonhole him into being a piece of shit. Okay.
We tried to do it organically multiple times, but unfortunately someone would always end up missing from the recordings. There's a lot of work behind this.
Well, yeah, why do you need everyone? If everyone's working in different time zones, of course it's gonna be difficult to organize everyone. How is that their fault? What? Wait. Okay. 12 p.m. to 8 p.m., 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Okay. Okay, yeah, no. I'm trying to like see if maybe Blair was trying to make the argument that like she was available the most time, and like so the guys were making it more difficult by not extending their availability. But no, like there are clearly other members that have way more availability than she does. Wonderstruck in particular. Wonderstruck can apparently be there at any fucking time. Wonderstruck is me, apparently. Like, what the shit? Like, this doesn't make a lick of sense.
Scenes that goes into a YouTube channel, and I bore the brunt of it for this project. And it wasn't something that I was doing to have total control, as some members have suggested. I managed the schedules and the editors because it was just something that needed to be done. People weren't stepping up to the plate, and I did. Because it to have total...
I need to clear my mind and conscience after holding this in for 2 years. Forgive me, but it's what needs to be done. When looking at the whole of the project, it was mostly controlled and run by Blair. Her main worry was that because of her, in her words, lack of personality, she felt as though her contribution to Sad Milk needed to be the managerial bureaucracy behind the scenes to justify her presence.
Control, as some members have suggested. I managed the schedules and the editors because it was just something that needed to be done. People weren't stepping up to the plate, and I did, and I ultimately bit off more than I could chew.
It was just supposed to be a fun group project, and we had become profitable, even to a small extent. Blair wanted creative lead, and we went from doing fun, creative topics more in line with the Reddit we would all cover on our own channels to doing unenthusiastic view content. Blair took control and wouldn't listen to how the videos should be made, and so we got hyper loud music with childlike sprites paired with adult humor, which just made being a part of Sad Milk humiliating. My friends and I would watch Sad Milk and laugh, not at the content. Oof.
It was a lot of work, if we're being honest, and I was beginning to burn out pretty quickly. Had I known how I would have been treated through this channel and afterwards, I never would have joined this project. Essentially, everyone in the group had two main responsibilities for Sad Milk. The first was that you had to show up to the scheduled recording, and the second was you had to pay your portion of the editor's fees as they arise. After the editors were paid, any earnings that were left in the channel were split into 6 equal pieces for each person. Since this was a project among friends, we all initially agreed to just split the earnings 6 ways, even though I was taking on some extra responsibilities. When it was time to pay the editors, I wasn't answered or told that they would just get it to me later. I had to do this at various points with...
Reached the credit limit, had a bunch of outgoing stuff for the company, and Sad Milk fell on the wrong side. It will transfer as soon as I checked off the outstanding stuff when I get the paperwork in a couple days. Sorry for the delay. Hey man, so I understand to you that Sad Milk's finances are on the back burner for you, but unfortunately that's not the case for me. The reason for that is that every time someone does not pay their bill, I am the one who fronts that money. Okay. At this point, it has been almost 2 months of me waiting for a company card from you to pay Sad Milk. Although I am not in dire financial straits, this is something that has been developing negatively in a personal sense with you. We both come from the same career background, which has an extremely heavy focus on accountability and planning, and I have had a deep respect for you in that regard because of our previous similar career paths, which is why I find this situation all the more disappointing that you are the member of Sad Milk who is suffering from an inability to rectify their account with Sad Milk. At the end of the day, Sad Milk is a flow-through account, but it is me at the end of the line, and although I am not financially hurting from this withholding, it is causing me to distance from you because of a lack of trust that you will fulfill your obligations to the group and to me. Oh. Okay. Hi, yes, I am aware and I apologize. Tell you what, I'll transfer the money from my own account and figure out the expense replacement later. I should have done so sooner. It is not fair. Someone else had money out of pocket because of my slow bank. I'll send it today. I never intended for Sad Milk to be a back-burning thing, and I do hope it doesn't leave that as a lasting impression. I'm regretful that it took so long. Sad Milk was not the only expense that was put on hold for longer than I would have liked. I will make sure not to be late on anything like this in the future. I assure you, it is a something time happening. I hope it doesn't impact our other endeavors in any way. Money is now sent. Let me know if there's anything I can do moving forward to repay the delay. Okay? And that's the day later. Alright. So, it seems like Click rectified the situation pretty quickly after you expressed your views.
Majority of the members of the group. They would eventually get around to reimbursing me only after I expressed in group meetings how I was upset that I have to do everything, and I also got stuck footing the bill too. What quickly transpired was that members either
What? Okay, whatever.
couldn't or wouldn't.
To add extra clarification, Wonder couldn't pay the editor's fees, so he started editing for Sad Milk to not pay his fees and to also get more money, i.e. if we needed to pay $60 each for an editor's work and Wonder also did an edit, let's say at $300 and Wonder would be paid $240. Okay.
Reimburse me for the editors. For clarity's sake, I do want to disclose that we as a group later revised our agreement after paying all editors and creative freelancers that 5% of remaining earnings would go directly to me for the administrative work that I was doing. After that, the remaining earnings would then be split amongst the group evenly. Ultimately, the channel made very little, and it actually cost a lot more than we earned a majority of the time. Something the Click brought up in his Twitter thread was that I was angry and yelled in a meeting, but what he didn't share was the context of that meeting.
Lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group left her. The last meeting I ever had with her, she spent half an hour, I think, hard to know, screaming at me for an array of random things, calling me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations that didn't really have anything to do with me.
But I was angry and yelled in a meeting. But what he didn't share was the context of that meeting. As I've previously stated, the scheduling and money issues had been an ongoing problem. In the meeting that he vaguely references on Twitter, this is what actually happened. I had become more and more frustrated about how I was doing all of the work, I was doing all of the maintenance, and then I was also having to financially foot the bill to the project. As I said, it was burning me out pretty quickly, and I was thinking about leaving the group. Oz Media suggested that he try to run the meeting and I not attend, and I agreed. But one topic and Click were very—
I don't really understand this. What exactly is forcing Blair to do all of this extra work that she's complaining about having to do for the Sad Milk channel? According to her, the Sad Milk channel was just supposed to be a fun thing between friends. So, it did not have to be a scheduled, constantly uploading thing. What was pushing Blair to take on all of this responsibility? She's bitching about how she's so burned out, but if that's the case, it really feels like everything she's burned out about is of her own making.
very insistent that I be there, even though I said I was not ready to talk and I needed more time. So when I entered the call, I tried to let everyone know that I was uncomfortable with having this conversation and I was not ready to have it. Again, I would like to point out that at this point in time, these were still my friends. These were people that I liked and cared about. Letting your friends know, hey, I'm not okay right now, I'm really stressed and hurt, while you all get to stream, I still have to pick up the pieces to keep this channel going, is a really difficult conversation to have. Before the meeting started, I was told that if I didn't show up, that they would not have the conversation with me and everything would just stagnate. So I tried to put the channel and my friends' needs above my own. Reluctantly, I joined.
If you don't come and talk to us now, we're just never gonna talk about it again with you ever. Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
the conversation, and as I was speaking...
I like that there's absolutely no proof of any of this. Like, one can assume that this occurred in DMs, yes?
One topic talked over me, and out of frustration of this happening yet again, I raised my voice and said...
Well, I assume asking her to meet with them happened in DMs. The call happened, obviously, in the call.
But can you shut up and let me talk for once? And he left the call, and that's the last time I ever spoke with him. Looking back at it now,
Wait, so she just flips it? She's like, Click's like, yeah, she was yelling at me for random reasons. And now she turns it around, she's like, actually, the Click was yelling at me for random reasons. And when I told him to let me talk, he got mad and dipped. Okay? Those are two very opposing interpretations of that same situation.
should not have spoken to my friend like that. I felt that I wasn't given time to process and think things through, and in process of, emotion vomit came out. One topic, I would like to apologize for that, this time publicly. Clearly, this was a situation that affected all of us very deeply and personally, and this was an exciting...
Okay, emotional vomit. So... it is very possible that you were yelling at and berating them in this call. You just admitted that you were emotionally vomiting at them. When I think of someone emotionally vomiting, I think of someone, like being hysterical and, like, berating and screaming at, or, like, dumping very heavy vent topics.
Idea, but one that never really took off the way I think we thought it.
Mention it in advance. When she purely starts to discuss Wonderstruck, a trigger warning will be needed. She openly discusses his mental health. Yes, I have heard about this.
Could. To all of the members of Sad Milk, I just want to say that I'm very sorry that I caused you stress throughout this project. I want to take a couple minutes to bring up the Click and the many claims that he made on Twitter recently. The Click brings up how, as he puts it,
when people started questioning that maybe she was the reason everyone left, presumably this is talking about Sad Milk, there was a very convenient updigging of 11 to 14-year-old videos of me. Stuff I made back when I started my channel in 2009 when I was a teenager. And as you can probably guess, some of the jokes from that time aged like milk. Like sad milk, you could probably say. I publicly owned up to my past mistakes and apologized, doing my best to be transparent and honest about my past. She would still harp on it, ignoring the fact it had already been addressed, trying to direct as much attention to it as possible, publicly stating it was a bad apology, along with vague posting about it in comments on the collaboration channel. Maybe in an attempt to get people to assume I had been kicked out for poor behavior rather than leave because of her own behavior.
A very convenient series of videos resurfaced with him saying some not so savory things after he left Sad Milk. His old videos, as he puts it, aged like milk. They did. I'm not going to dive in.
Wait, even she admits that the resurfacing of these videos is extremely convenient? Okay.
Into it further, the information's out there if you so choose to look. And as Click stated, those videos are 11 to 14 years old. And to be perfectly clear here, those videos are not any of the reasons as to why we split ways in Sad Milk, as Click
Screenshotted dated this post. From Illuminati. I would actually like to clear this up. The only thing the milkmen did, any of them as a whole, was show up to a recording that I had to create a schedule for, say funny words, and then upload their audio to a drive that I manage. I did all post collection. I managed the channel and its uploads, schedules, and meetings, the thumbnails, the ideas for videos, all of Sad Milk's finances, taxes, paying, all of the freelancers, managing the Discord server and its social media. I want to make it perfectly clear that the most any of the milkmen had to spend on Sad Milk was 2.5 hours a week. I spent closer to 30. I do not want the work I did and continue to do to be belittled by a false narrative. I do that in addition to doing it with 5 other channels. But why? Why would you take on the responsibilities of another channel if you were already doing it with 5 other channels? Hey, want to know who made those videos resurface? That's right, the bitch right there. Yes, I've heard about that. We'll get to it. In college for my master's degree, caring for a chronically sick special needs puppy who has my whole heart, 3 merch shop, and a soap business. Again, why are you taking on so much shit if you acknowledge that you're burnt out? And why are you then blaming the other people who aren't aware of this? I asked for help, and the only people that stepped up to that plate were Damien and Osmedia. When did you ask for help? Show us the screenshots of you asking for help. That's... When I said I needed help, that is what started the fight. And I got... Okay, I guess that was in a call. I got left out in the cold by those 3. They left in the middle of the night, and I woke up to not even a DM, but a message in the Milkmen chat of them leaving. What they did to me in the channel was cruel. I am not friends with them. Click saying the N-word, R-slur, and F-slur had nothing to do with why they left. And if I had seen these videos sooner, it most certainly would have been a reason. That is disgusting, and I am happy I am no longer friends.
Tries to insinuate. Even back in 2020, I had stated that those videos had nothing to do with the ending of Sad Milk. I was actually unaware of those videos at the time of our friendship, but had I been aware of them, that friendship would have likely ended sooner. Unfortunately, when those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me as—
Oh my god, you said a slur when you were a teenager? Nobody's ever done that before. Get off your fucking high horse, Blair. Oh my god.
Osmedia and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R-slur while we played games together. I thought, or I wanted to assume—
This is so stupid. Blair has grown up like Blair's a year younger than me. She grew up in the time frame where like the R-slur and like gay were used to describe things. Possible that I can get misunderstood in sideways due to my lack of English. I will stop that, and I think that this is a reason for a ban. If it is, I won't change it. I won't talk about it. I can say the whole story if you want. Yes, please. She and I got in contact on a TeamSpeak server. On this point, I didn't know her age. We gave each other the phone numbers and talked on WhatsApp Messenger app, and then she told me she is 12 but will turn 13 in a couple months. I asked her if her mom knows about this contact. She said yes, and I wanted to talk to her mom to wipe out every misunderstanding that already were there and upcoming ones. Her mom and I talked eye to eye, and after some weeks, she and her mom came up. Okay.
A moderator reached out to get more information on this situation. This 19-year-old then reiterates, and I am directly quoting this here, "I talked with my therapist about it, even too, and he told me as long as I don't touch her, it's okay." Click and his team did not pursue any immediate action to ban, restrict, or report. Click and—
She got feeling for me. I personally find it a bit strange, even that I have feeling for her, but her mom told her and me, as long as we don't do shit like the stuff that should happen with the age of under 16, she is fine with that. Sometimes she and I have the feeling that this is, yeah, kind of wrong, but this is the truth. It is wrong at some point. I talked with her a lot, that I don't hold her back from leaving me. If she wants to, she can. She is almost 13 and I'm 19. Her mother is kind of proud about how easy I can say these things, but honestly, it's making me sometimes sick. I talked with me therapist about it, even too, and he told me as long as I don't touch her, it's okay. Some people might say that love doesn't know age, but it still is in a human brain that this is kind of wrong. I just wanted to be the male sight she never had. It is easy for me to not touch her. I mean, what do I have at the end when I touch her besides of a new warm place in jail? I have nothing than sitting in a jail and a bad mental health status, okay? So he's basically saying, like, what do I get if I touch her aside from I go to jail and I ruin my mental health? Okay.
and his team did not
Blair tried to assassinate me live on Twitch. Ah!
pursue any immediate action to ban, restrict, or report this individual. So those shared mods came to me, and they told me that they were uncomfortable. So we used this individual's ID number, and we banned them from the Sad Milk server and from my server, and we reported them to Discord's Trust and Safety team, who we hope did pursue this further. Then I went to contact Click to see what was going on, and it was mainly because I didn't want to believe that he would blow off someone clearly discussing such an inappropriate relationship. In fact, this was right off the heels of one of his admins sharing pornographic content to people that they knew were mine.
It's interesting that she showcases stream is back, that lovely way to get through the workday. Thanks and sorry for your sanity. Oh, well, thank you for my sanity. And thank you for the resubscription with Prime for the next 8 months. Holy goddamn shit. So yes, it's interesting that she will showcase screenshots of this guy showcasing porn, but again, she's not showcasing screenshots of her contacting Click. There's a lot of stuff that, like, she should easily have proof of that she's very conveniently leaving out. And you can tell because she's leaving the screen almost entirely blank when she does it. So it's really obvious when she's doing this.
One thing that I would like to point out here is how these users were pushing pornographic materials to a minor who explicitly states that their parent is in the room with them, so they were hiding their phone. I would like to point out that a common tactic for abusers who are attempting to groom children is that they expose them to pornography and other sexual content in an attempt to desensitize the child. I'll provide Rain's page on grooming for further information. And if you're a child currently in a similar situation, I urge you to speak to a trusted adult or authorities. And again, resources will be provided below. Having to relook at these messages again still makes my stomach turn even 3 years later. When
those messages, but again, conveniently, not the messages where you contacted Click.
Click didn't initially take action, I switched tactics with him.
There we go. There we go. So, again, very convenient. Like, why couldn't you showcase you reaching out to Click? Hey, I don't mean to bother you. Can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what to do. Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? G is getting ready for work nearby. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves pedophilia. What's going on? In Click server and Click knowing a 19-year-old and a 12-year-old convo was public in his server. Multiple members went to his staff that did nothing. My staff in there had to ban the person and tag their ID to Discord to report them. And this is on the heels of Click's admin sending BDSM tests to minor-aged mods. I haven't heard anything about that. Hang on. And prying on their sexual interests. Hang on, I'll walk over to my mic rather than do this on my phone. Okay, ready. Call.
Called One Topic, who was and still is, to my understanding, one of the Click's closest friends on social media. I got into a call with both of them, and I shared these files with them, and One Topic opened the files, he was horrified, and he said, and I quote, "I've read one, and I don't want access to those screenshots." It was after this conversation that Click took action and reported and removed that individual from his server. I really wouldn't lightly make accusations like this unless I had seen them for myself. And let me be abundantly clear here, I am not trying to accuse the Click of pedophilia, nor do I have any reason to believe that
No, you're just gonna accuse him of specifically ignoring it and fostering an environment where it's allowed.
He could be a pedophile. However, he cultivated an environment that was a breeding ground for inappropriate behavior with minors to occur, and that's exactly what happened.
A breeding ground and cultivating it implies that it happens regularly, or it has happened multiple times. You have literally one instance, and you haven't provided any proof of you actually contacting the Click to notify him about this. Only going to somebody else to talk about it behind his back. Like, unless you got into a call with Click, why do you not have evidence of the DMs of you trying to contact him? I thought the whole point was, like, you couldn't contact him or whatever.
Our shared moderators approach me in my server about this very serious situation in his server was extremely uncomfortable, but something the moderation team felt needed action that was not being taken. Furthermore, referring to these shared moderators that we had as spies, as he said on Twitter, it only dismisses the fact that he allowed this sexually explicit language to occur around minors. He referred to them as
What?
spies, which only shows that he didn't really see any issue with the state of his server. Mark,
What?
I'm going to address you directly here. On your Discord server that had, and likely still has, minors present, you as an adult need to do the right thing and actually pay attention to what goes down in your server or ensure a team will take action against inappropriate behavior. I am sorry to those
one incident is proof of a breeding ground. One incident is a pattern.
minors who were spoken to in such an inappropriate way. You were, and some of you likely are, still children. Adults should not be having sexually charged conversations with you or sharing sexually explicit photos with you.
Yes.
This is and always has been unacceptable. I will be providing links in the description box for a few resources for anyone who has been negatively impacted by these events. I did what I could, but I wish I could have done more, and I wish that the Click had more accountability.
For screenshots from his server with his team will be available in the Google Drive. There will be images and language that is suggestive, including many screenshots of... Convenient that you didn't show any of that shit here. Sharing BDSM tests, discussing results, and including minors in those convos. Graphic imagery and names will remain censored. No duh.
Of his own server. I also hope that since my falling out with Click, that he has learned from his past errors and worked to better himself. I hope that he and his current moderation team are holding themselves to a higher standard. The past 3 years have been challenging to all of us, and I think it's safe to say that living through a global pandemic has changed us in one way or another. Click, I hope you have learned to not tolerate such behavior in your server. I hope that you have learned from this and that you'll continue to strive to do better.
I like that she expressly indicates that Click was tolerating the behavior in the server. Like, she's not outright saying it, but she's doing everything in her power to imply to you that Click was fully fucking aware that this was going on, and this was going on for an extended period of time. Its Discord had about 30,000... Oh, a lot. So it would also be hard to moderate that himself as well, though. Yeah, that's why you have moderators. Moderators!
I truly regret ever being friends with you, and I hope that I can finally close the door on that chapter in my life. I want nothing to do with you, and I can only hope that I will no longer be associated with you after all of this.
I want nothing to do with you, and I don't want to be associated with you. I say immediately after throwing out accusations that would obviously force the Click to pay attention to me, as well as a bunch of other people to connect our names together in related videos, you stupid cunt! Oh no, oh no, wonders. Fuck! Trigger warning. Okay, that time I was just being a smartass. Trigger warning, guys. Not sure if it was asked already, but we'll be re-reacting to people's sides or just players. Oh yeah, I'm going everywhere. We're going down the list. We're just starting. We're at the beginning of the shit.
When it comes to discussing Wonderstruck, his actions are some of the most confusing I've had to deal with. I'm going to address his concerns, though a lot of it is fairly tricky since he hinges his accusations on anecdotal commentary. In responding to his baseless claims, I will provide evidence as necessary.
So this is the one I know, I think, the least amount about. I know about the unfortunate note that I think Blair is going to show. I think there was something about a car.
Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
as well as point out when things I mention are anecdotal, so I completely understand if you choose to dismiss my anecdotal commentary as it arises. His thread on Twitter makes many claims about who I am as a person and how I've treated him. I hope to come at this with a level head and a very thorough explanation of events. With that being said, let's start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft.
I'm so annoyed by this because, like, every time the thing fades out and it starts fading into the, like, just as it's starting to fade into the stupid recurring stock background or whatever, it kind of looks like the ocean, and for a split second I'm just like, oh, happy place, and then it fades right back into the Blair video and I'm like, oh god the fuck, ah! Ugh, it's whiplash and I hate it. I just want... Ugh.
With that being said, let's start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft. That's a big one, and it's important. I talk often about how paying...
Okay, so I haven't actually seen all the threads against... I wonder, maybe we should go look at the threads. Because I don't know this accusation about, B just wants to become a squid. I want to become a technological octopus. I will surpass the stupid limitations of puny, finicky, fuckery human flesh, and I will have all the arms necessary to make all the things. Okay, what the fuck was I gonna look at? Oh my god, I've already forgotten. Twitter, Wonderstruck, Illuminati. Twitter, Wonderstruck. Blair, aka Illuminati. Okay. So, no! Wait. Wonderstruck. Okay, I guess I'll just scroll. Scrolling. Keep them doggies scrolling right. Don't try to understand them. Just rope something and brand them. Ba 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. Where the fuck? Ugh. Scrolling. Sorry. I'm seeing pictures and I'm getting distracted. ADHD, brain go brr. Shouldn't say that unless I have a diagnosis. Okay, here we go. I got, okay, here. Oh, shut up! Every time you say the name Blair, I can't help but be amused because one of my OC's surname is Blair and she's a bitch! Appropriate. Okay. That's fucking terrifying. Sorry, what? Sorry. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So maybe we should first read the clicks, and then we'll go to Wonderstrucks. So, when talking about Illuminati, the click had to say, "Hey peeps, I have seen the recent drama regarding Illuminati, this pertaining to Legal Eagle and her getting clapped the fuck back at on Twitter when she tried to claim plagiarism like a dumbass. And would like to clarify, I am not affiliated with her and haven't been for over 2 years. Oh, I guess because people were coming to him and being like, yo, Click, come get your girl. I left her and her collaboration group, Sad Milk, due to similar behavior as seen in the recent events. It's interesting that Click frames it as her group, her collaboration group, Sad Milk. Lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group left her. The last meeting I ever had with her, she spent half an hour, I think, hard to know, screaming at me for an array of random things. This is the call that she says it was actually the exact opposite. Calling me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations that didn't really have anything to do with me. Although, okay, there, the bad friend and lazy. I could totally see her calling him that, because based on Blair's whole thing of, like, I was doing everything. There is no way you can have the resume you claim and be this fucking stupid, and so on. Oh, no one even raised their voice back at her. That contradicts Blair, because her thing was all like, the clique was yelling at me and I couldn't get a word in. I left along with several other members, half the group at the time. That does coincide with her saying that she woke up to a bunch of people having left. I left along with several other, she spent the next few months spreading lies and half-truths about us on the Sad Milk Reddit page and vague posts on Twitter. I still have all this, oh my god. Okay. Does anybody else think it's really funny that after talking about how they left her and she went on to spin half-lives, like half-truths and lies about them to ruin their reputations afterwards, in going over his thread after saying, like, no, it was actually the opposite, you guys yelled at me and then left me, and then she immediately goes on to do the exact thing he talked about in the thread of her doing. Like, she goes on to spin a half-lie, half-truth or whatever of fucking, oh, the click bread allowed this to happen in his server, blah, 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 blah. She literally went on to do the exact thing he cited in this tweet of her doing right after addressing the thing before it. It's like she saw him say that she lied about him, and her brain got triggered, and she was like, oh, I gotta lie again. I gotta do it again. He said I lied, now I gotta lie. You're getting hungry? Me too. I still have all the screenshots. Cool. More than Blair had, apparently. She would turn friends against you or specifically team up with people she knew didn't like you, so she had allies against you. Oh, I've known people like that. Rallying mainly banned problematic community members known to be liars and conflict seekers. Oh. Yeah, the type of people it's probably just healthier to stay away from. When people started questioning that people started questioning that maybe she was the reason everyone left, there was a very convenient updigging of 11 to 14-year-old videos of me. Yep, okay. Stuff I made back when I started my channel in 2009 when I was a teenager, publicly owned up past mistakes. She would still harp on it, ignore the fact that it had already been addressed, publicly stating it was a bad apology along with vague posting about it in comments on the collaboration channel. Maybe an attempt to get people to assume I had been kicked out for poor behavior rather than leave because of her own behavior. She, assuming it was her, as she had channel access, also liked to pull what I can only describe as very petty acts of revenge. For example, some people left comments on the collaboration channel saying, good that Click left. They obviously got ratioed hard, as people were there for the wait. Okay. As people were there for the creators. She would manually go in and delete the ratioing comments, but leave the original hate comment. Huh. She tried to gain control of my Discord when it surpassed hers in size by tossing around accusations at staff and trying to get rid of my team and replacing it with hers, giving me the ultimatum to fire my entire senior team or be publicly fired from Sad Milk myself. If he's got screenshots of that, I would like to see that, but that may have happened in a call That seems to be something that Blair does. Like she said she had to talk to one topic, and then she jumped into a call with him. And it's like, why can you not explain it in text? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's because I don't like being in calls. Seems weird. Although, maybe if it's something like that, you don't want a record of it. But like, okay, whatever. I feel like that doesn't apply to calls. I was still a YouTube freshie at the time, and she was quite intimidating, claiming connections and clout, reputation, and powerful friends, so everyone stayed mostly silent and had to constantly look over our shoulders for the next year. None of us even mentioning the whole thing. We were even worried talking in our own discords, as it became apparent she had spies within our moderation ranks. We were just hoping we wouldn't have our reputation completely destroyed for simply walking away. This is just a brief summary of events. It's sad to see that she hasn't changed. Okay. So that's what Click had to say about the matter. Then we get Wonderstruck. Forgive me for this being scattered, emotions and all, gotta love 'em. A sad milk thread. After being threatened with a breach for speaking out, I can confirm that the behavior Blair exhibits is entirely accurate here. Let me just double check that. April 23rd? Yeah, okay. I am aware of the bridges I burned, and I remain where I am. After Sad Milk's split, it was a constant negative echo chamber that I took part in. Regardless, I used to edit for Sad Milk. Blair made no effort to take direction. She made everything about herself. Sad Milk at the time was the nearest thing to family I had, which sounds pathetic, but the content creator space is a very isolating one. That is very true. The amount of hours I would spend online making drafts, editor tutorials for new hires, staying up trying to get some editing in if editors were shorthanded. I missed Christmas with my brother and father fixing the mistake of the editor she hired, and I didn't even get a thank you, and it took me more than half a month to even get paid. That's... what the fuck? Meanwhile, she delays payments to editors so she can purchase expensive clothes, visit BMW dealerships, and spend hundreds on food in a... Hundreds? In a... What are you, ordering sushi for every meal? What... While I do hold my beliefs towards certain matters, every month or so there was a new villain of the week. And they would one second be a normal person in our lives, and the next second suddenly a hidden monster through, you guessed it, Blair's mouth. To say Sad Milk split on creative differences is a joke. It's a flat-out lie. Again, I'm aware of the bridges burned, but I can confirm that call took place where she screamed, cursed, and had a meltdown towards not the click and one topic at a time. It was a train wreck. Oh, so now Wonderstruck is confirming specifically Click's side of the allegations. Okay. I wonder if she addresses this in her video. It was just supposed to be a fun group project, and like, are they all out to get her or something? And we had become profitable, even to a small extent. Blair wanted creative lead, and we went from doing fun creative topics more in line with the Reddit we would all cover on our own channels to doing unenthusiastic view content. Blair took control and wouldn't listen to how the videos would be made, and so we got hyper loud music with childlike sprites. Yeah, okay, we read this. Yeah, it was cringy. But how awful, and not at the content. Oh, wow, okay, so she just cut that off. My friends and I would watch Sad Milk and laugh not at the content, but how awful it had become, not due to anyone not being entertaining, but the lack of quality control. Oh... That's why she didn't show that one. Okay. It was an editorial nightmare. It's why, in part, I stopped editing, because my really well-made content got roped into that by proxy. Blair did not care. It was hers, and anyone who dared to try and take the reins was a threat. After Click, One Topic, and Salty left, I did almost all of the heavy lifting, which is a thankless job for being small on the internet. I tried making us schedules. Despite Blair saying that nobody else wanted to step up, now Wonderstruck is saying not only did he try, but that she got aggressive if somebody tried to take her power away. She only apologized to One Topic for telling him to shut up and let her talk for once, while he had a stream delay, so he left the call after that, but she never tells Click sorry though. Yeah, of course. I motivated Blair during another mental breakdown of hers to not delete the channel or the Discord, since I actively read through the comments on both, and we had people who we mattered to. After months of behind the scenes insults towards Click and OT, it became so stale and negative. Yeah, we all took part, but after it going on so long, it just became day after day Blair would sit and check Click and One Topic Social Blade. She would make false accounts to stalk them. Not just, I can see why people say Creepshow Art 2.0. Not just them, but a large portion of the art commentary community. Or sorry, why did I say art? A large portion of the commentary community. I've personally seen her try to get her lawyer to shut down anyone who says anything against her, and they ruined her day by saying, yeah, we can't really do anything. It's insane. What the fuck? It's insane. Innocent people don't work so hard to try and silence others. That is very true. We would get no work done. I can't count how many times I pleaded and set up meetings for us to do something and nobody cared. I thought I had a friend who was hurting, then I saw I had moved to villain, and like everyone else, I got shut out, trash-talked, and the people I had made efforts to be friends with wouldn't even acknowledge my existence. For me, though, I had already moved states under good faith I was bettering my life. In 30 days of living with Blair, it was a nightmare. I felt like I was trapped in her home always. She makes everyone her enemy. She called Wonder checking in to see if I'm okay. An invasion of privacy. What? I sent her numerous messages trying to show I wanted to be her friend. She lives like an actual monster. Her home is a mess, like Hoarder's bad. Constant subtweets about me on Twitter and ignoring me, and if I dare say anything back, her Discord manager would happily remind me of my contract. This is disgusting. Oh, and a floor bed. Okay. Interesting. What the fuck? So my therapist, who she accuses me of stealing because she suggested I leave that house at all costs, and I did. And the details I can't get into further due to legalities, but I ended up with no car, hardly any clothes and money to my name, and no home. Now working full-time again. I had no time for my channel. I had cried, bled, and worked through hell to get up. So I watched it die, since my main concern now was just food on my table, all because I made friends with one of the most vile people on the platform. Nobody wanted to talk with me, and I was too afraid to fully go public, as I didn't know the reach this massive creator had. I had everything IRL and online taken from me. She personally threw my YouTube play button in the trash. If that isn't symbolic, man, I don't know what is. I have spent the last 2 years of my life rebuilding from the ground up due to this woman. The only difference I get to come back stronger as a person. She doesn't. She can't take that away from everyone she has screwed over. Yeah, you have to, like, reflect on your bad actions to grow as a person. Blair, you can't hide anymore. Sooner or later. That's why if somebody tries to be all like, I don't remember this bad thing I did, you can almost guarantee to yourself that it means they haven't sufficiently grown from the situation because they haven't been reflecting on it. If you do something bad and you feel bad about it, you remember it because you feel bad, so you think about it because you feel guilty. You reflect on it. If you say you don't remember something bad that you did, you haven't been reflecting on it. Blah, 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 blah. Do this woman. The only difference is she can't take that away from everyone she has screwed over. Blair, you can't hide anymore. Sooner or later, you were going to push everyone who cared about you away, and you'd realize the world isn't out to get you. But you made your fears a reality all on your own. I'm not afraid of you. You don't get that from me anymore. Never again. I apologize for how long this thread is. I understand this place probably isn't the best place to do it, but I'm so sick of knowing all this information and never being able to say anything. Have a good day. Be well, everyone. Wonder. If the people here that I at would like to be removed, feel free. Okay. Okay. Now we have the full context of what Click and Wonder said about her. Interesting.
Your people is important. So with that being said, let's start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft. That's a big one, and it's important. I talk often.
Wait, what? Wait. Okay. Am I the dumb one? What accusation of wage theft? Oh, where he was like, sometimes it took me forever to get paid? Is that what we're... Is that the part? I assume? I assume.
About how paying your people is important. So I know how ironic it must look to have that accusation thrown back at me.
Okay,
to
yes.
begin, let me explain Wonder's employment history with me. During Sad Milk, all of us were contractors to that channel. We were paid as contractors so we could handle taxes in our respective countries on our own, as not all members were American citizens. As many of you are aware, video editing is largely considered gig work. And in the industry, most folks are contractors and work on a variety of projects for different clients at the same time. During December 2020, like all of the members of Sad Milk, Wonder was considered a contractor. On December 24th, 2020, at 5:39 a.m., I received a message.
Why the fuck is the quality of this so bad? There we go. Jesus. Hey, so I saw the video Blank did, and I kind of worried about some things that couldn't be changed by the deadline. So I went and reworked the video with the short time frame we had and using a version of Blank's video without music. I've never done a video in this style. I tried my best with it. I don't know if you have time to see how Blank's video went. He knows how to edit. It just wasn't exactly right, and Blank said as a viewer it was static and somewhat dull. I know with time he will get it right, but for the sake of time, there is the link to the one I reworked. We still need a thumbnail and title, etc. before it's uploaded. To be honest, I was cackling throughout the video. It does not feel awkward at all. Did you see the original? I see where Blank was going, but it needed tweaks. I did. I have your edit scheduled to go live in 20 minutes. I noticed a few minor glitches and the occasional audio pop in mine. Again, I don't do vlog stuff, so this was my first attempt. I don't know how to explain that to Blank, though, about why my rework is up and his original isn't.
Message from Wonder letting me know that he took a shot at reworking a video that had already been edited by a different contractor. I want to clarify. I did not ask him to do this. This was something he did of his own accord. I responded to him, letting him know that his edits would go live at 1 p.m. on December 24th, 2020. I don't want to claim to know what goes on in Wonder's personal life, but claiming that he missed Christmas with his brother and father, I just don't know how that's possible. 2020. Him letting him know that his edits would go live at 1 p.m. on December 24th, 2020. I don't want to claim to know what goes on in Wonder's personal life, but claiming that he missed Christmas with his brother and father, I just don't know how that's possible when the video was finalized early morning on Christmas Eve. And Wonder, I do want to thank you again, as I previously had verbally done so, for editing that video. It was great to have a video go live the day before Christmas. As for his claim that he didn't get paid for his work for more than half a month, I would like to let everyone know that Sad Milk's payroll was on a bi-weekly schedule. That simply means that there is a payment every 2 weeks, which is essentially half of a month. This is something that I have continued within my own channel to this day. Both salaried and contracted employees are paid every 2 weeks, and to further add to that, most companies, at least in the US, pay on a bi-weekly schedule, so this is not anything unusual or uncommon.
But that's specifically with regards to salaried work. If he's a contractor when he's editing, shouldn't you be paying him at the moment the editing is complete? Or like at least soon afterwards? If the editing is contracting work, why are you treating the editing like salaried work? Am I wrong on that? Like, is that not immediately a contradiction there? Yeah. I want to double check that.
Paid for his work for, and I responded to him, letting him know I am. And in the industry, most folks are contractors and own Wonder's employment history with me. During Sad Milk, all of us were contractors to that channel. We were paid as contractors so we could handle taxes in our respective countries on our own, as not all members were American citizens. As many of you are aware, video editing is largely considered gig work, and in the industry, most folks are contractors and work on a variety of projects for different clients at the same time. During December 2020, like all of the members of Sad Milk, Wonder was considered a contractor. On December 24th, 2020, at 5:39 a.m., I received a message from Wonder letting me know that he took a shot at reworking a video that had already been edited by a different contractor. I want to clarify. I did not ask him to do this. This was something he did of his own accord. I responded to him, letting him know that his edits would go live at 1 p.m. on December 24th, 2020. I don't want to claim to know what goes on in Wonder's personal life, but claiming that he missed Christmas with his brother and father, I just don't know how that's possible when the video was finalized early morning on Christmas Eve. And Wonder, I do want to thank you again, as I previously had verbally done so, for editing that video. It was great to have a video go live the day before Christmas. As for his claim that he didn't get paid for his work for more than half a month, I would like to let everyone know that Sad Milk's payroll was on a bi-weekly schedule. That simply means that there is a payment every 2 weeks, which is essentially half of a month. This is something that I have continued within my own channel to this day. Both salaried and contracted employees are paid every 2 weeks, and to further add to that, most companies, at least in the US, pay on a bi-weekly schedule, so this is not...
Maybe that's just me. I just try to... People come to me and say, hey, I'm done the work. And then when I see the message and I have the money, I send them the money. Okay, I'm the weird one, I guess. Yeah, I'm not running a company. What do I know?
Anything unusual or uncommon. To continue the discussion of his employment with me,
Okay, you should pay a contractor when the work is done and not how you would pay an employee. Okay, so yes. So... Okay, yeah. So... yeah. Wonder is correct then. This is bullshit. If he's doing contract editing work, he should be paid when the work is done. Not based on the predetermined salary outcome for the channel. I don't know, it just seems so fucking bizarre.
will have to give some much needed context.
That part will be explained properly in Wonder's video. Okay, good.
This section, I will be providing screenshots where applicable, but some of this is anecdotal, as much of our conversations were either over voice calls or in person.
How convenient.
Further corroboration of the anecdotal evidence will be provided in the Google Drive. Wonder and I were still friends throughout the end of Sad Milk in 2020, as well as into 2021. During this time, he would often tell both Oz Media and myself how living in Austin, Texas was a nightmare for him. He would often complain about his roommates being terrible people, his friends being mostly terrible people and unmotivated to do well in life, and how his car was always breaking down and how his channel was not going in the direction he wanted. And then he talked about that last bit of family that he had moving away, and he was essentially alone. I won't speak on behalf of Oz, but I know I was moved by Wonder's stories. Without
This is really uncool. Where you're just like, this person was in a really, really bad situation. All of these things were happening in their life, and I helped them. Like, all this is meant to do is make you feel better. Or make you look better. It's like, oh, you're so fucking... You're generous. You're so fucking... Oh, God, what's the word? Not charitable. Selfless. There's another word that better describes it, but it escapes me at the moment.
Without going into personal details, I was pretty horrified by
Altruistic, thank you.
what he had explained happened in his past. I was saddened by
Definitely a legend.
how he constantly talked about how bad his life was and how he felt like a failure. He said he felt alone, depressed, and uncertain
I love that she flat out fucking admits that she has nothing to prove any of this, and then goes on to, like, emotionally manipulate the audience into thinking that she's a good person.
of the future. And at that point, I knew I wanted to help him in whatever way I could. At the end of 2020, I paid for his tickets to visit Oz and me in
In whatever way I could.
Colorado. During this trip, we discussed the possibility of Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas. Oz Media and I had just moved into his newly purchased home in April 2021, and he decided to welcome Wonder into his house.
Wait. So Wonderstruck is having financial issues, and your solution is to move states? I mean, okay.
Unless Oz Media was doing so without my understanding, Wonder was not charged any rent, utilities, or internet for sharing our living space. Later in May 2021, we welcomed Wonder into the house. Oz even personally drove down to Texas to get Wonder and his dog, James. I want to explain my perspective a little bit here. At this point, I was finally starting to feel comfortable with my channel, and I felt that I was in a good position to be able to help somebody out and truly change the lives of one of my close friends. I was in what I felt was a privileged position, and I wanted to share that with someone I cared about and wanted to see succeed.
Sorry, I couldn't hear anything over Illuminati constantly sucking herself off. God damn.
With that in mind, I decided to hire Wonder to do some editing work for my channel. And now we can get back to the continuation of discussing Wonder's employment. Wonder was hired on June 7th, 2021 and was...
Yeah, now that I've sufficiently emotionally manipulated you guys into thinking I'm motherfucking Teresa. Yeah, now we can continue to move on to his employment so I can talk about how I exploited him.
Salaried at $50,000 a year. To be frank, I just really wanted him to have an easier job so that he could focus on his personal channel, as he had told me numerous times that was his ultimate goal. His only task was to edit short clips from any live streams that I did, so that I could post them onto my secondary channel, Illuminati. In addition to his salary, he received all benefits that I have for all of my salaried employees, which include a 401k, full health insurance, and an internal benefit I created for my team called an LSA.
I also have a volunteer reimbursement program where if an employee volunteers in their community, I will reimburse them at a rate $25 an hour up to $1,000 per year for doing so. You're so altruistic, Blair. Oh my
The
God.
LSA stands for a lifestyle spending account, and it's essentially more
Like, bitch, what the fuck does any of this have to do with the claims that Wonder made about you?
money to put on the table if you as an employee want it. It allows you to submit receipts for things that you've purchased, and I've seen things like groceries, pet supplies, books, new tires for cars, massages, mortgage payments, and so much more. And essentially, I'll reimburse those into more income. During his employment, he never took advantage of any of the benefits that were made available to him. The content for Wonder to edit was dependent on me being able to live stream. During this time, I unfortunately only had 2 streams for him to work on, which Wonder would have been able to produce about 4 videos from. Wonder did not meet the deadlines for either stream. Despite this, I kept him on payroll, I continued his pay, even though no work had ever been completed. Although there was only a minuscule amount of work for Wonder to do, he still managed to act up within company spaces. He made...
Wait. What? Wait. You mean to tell me you gave him 4 streams to edit, 4 separate projects? He didn't do fucking any of them. You have absolutely no screenshots for any of this. So presumably we're to assume that all of this happened in calls. None of this back and forth about any of these video projects he was supposed to work on for you happened in fucking DMs. Because presumably if they did, you would show us. But also, when he works on fixing a video that you never asked him to fix, unprompted, you don't say a fucking thing about it. You're just like, yep, okay, I'll replace the video. You don't, like, ask, hey, how are those 4 other videos that you're working on for me doing? Really? Really? Okay.
Inappropriate comments on forums that were visible to other employees, he didn't complete tasks that were assigned to him, and he failed to follow company protocol. I have a strict policy regarding formal disciplines, and within his short time of working with me, he had already met the criteria for termination.
I wanted to help him in any way I could, but also he didn't immediately... Like, wasn't the whole thing that, like, Wonderstruck was really struggling or something? And she's like, yeah, I wanted to help him in any way I could, but once I determined that he wasn't working out for me, I fired him.
Now, let's move on to the legalities that Wonder brought up in regards to how he claims that he ended up with no car, barely any clothing, no money, and no home.
Oh, God.
Which leads me to one of the stupidest mistakes of my life. After repeatedly hearing Wonder say how desperately he needed a car, and after
To clarify, he did own a car, but it was very old and falling apart. When we discussed him moving out to Colorado, he said his car wouldn't be able to make the drive because it constantly falls apart.
believing what he said about how miserable he was, I decided to try and help my friend in a way that I now realize was pretty idiotic. I look back at this decision with regret and embarrassment. This part will get a little nitty-gritty with the details, but I believe I need to fully flesh out all of the information to give you the full picture. After many in-depth discussions with Wonder, I made the decision to purchase a vehicle that he had already agreed to enter into a rent-to-own contract with said vehicle. On June 12, 2021, OzMedia and I collectively decided to take out a loan together in the amount of $42,359.69. Additionally, I brought $28,346.79 in cash as a deposit. Wonder did not contribute to the deposit on the car. With this rent-to-own contract, I agreed to only charge Wonder the cost of the loan and not the full value of the car itself, meaning within a 24-month period, he would have only paid $14,120.12 for a car that, when purchased, went for a grand total of $61,386.23. And let me be clear here. Aside from him accepting my job offer, this was the only legal documentation.
Yeah, good point, Skip Sway. Why couldn't you buy him a used car? Like, my brother buys cars, I don't want to say frequently, but he's had to buy cars, like, quickly before. He doesn't buy $60,000 cars when he just needs a car to, like, work off of for a few months. He'll buy, like, a car that's a couple $1,000s, maybe, usually used. Why the fuck are you... In what world does it make sense to buy a brand new $60,000 vehicle so a guy can travel across state lines to work for you? Wouldn't that inherently put him into debt to you? Like, that's a pretty big gift.
Between the two of us. I will have all of the stipulations of our rent-to-own agreement on the
Also, unless he was specifically asking for you to get a car for him, shut the fuck up.
screen now, but Just know that the most important thing was that after 2 years of consecutive car payments and following all of the stipulations, the vehicle title would be transferred over to Wonder. With the amount that we put into the car, as well as payments on the car that I continued to make monthly, he would own the car outright with no lingering auto debt after that 24-month period. In a DM with me, Wonder later told me that if he hadn't accepted my job offer and my rent-to-own agreement, that he would still have an apartment, a car, and close to $10K in his bank account. I'd like to reiterate that unless Oz was charging rent without my knowledge, Wonder was living rent-free while earning $1,923.08 every other week, and would have to pay only $588.34 once a month. I don't claim to know the ins and outs of his finances whatsoever.
Wait, is she saying that she made it so Wonder had to pay back like $14,000 while giving Wonder a job offer with $15,000 a year? Well, she said 24-month period. So it would technically be 2 years for him to pay it off. So she's almost set up a scenario where Wonder is indebted to her for 2 years. And like, she's even set up a scenario where like she's the one paying him. So like, she doesn't have to wait for him to like give her the payments on the car. She could just take that out of his payment. Like his salaried payment. So she could pay him, what, like 25% less? 50% less? On the provision that she's taking out payments for the car. Am I misunderstanding that? Like, it seems altruistic until you realize this makes someone indebted to her.
And I very much was not involved with what he was doing with his bank accounts, but I fail to see
She wanted to be a landlord for Side Milk members. Yeah. Ugh. Like, I get that to some degree. I wish that I could, like, just buy a giant property and build a bunch of houses on it, and then just, like, put all my friends and family in those houses so they never have to worry about, like, housing ever again. But, like, I don't also then plan to exploit them for financial gain or like editing.
how I could possibly cost him $10,000.
Like the whole point is that they don't have to worry anymore. Why would I then try to
reality, the agreement I made with Wonder would have me lose $47,266 and
Bitch, shut the fuck up. You got an indentured servant for 2 years the way your plan worked.
11 cents. And again, looking back at this, I feel extremely foolish for ever even agreeing to such an arrangement.
I knew this was a bad deal for me. This wasn't about making money off of Wonder or whatever he might try to claim. This was to try and help a friend get back on their feet and make him indebted to me for the next 2 years so that I could pay him half of what I was apparently supposed to be paying him, on the provision that he's paying off a loan for a car that I have no proof that he ever actually asked me for.
There were 2 outstanding instances that voided our agreement and constituted the repossession of my vehicle. The first was the proof of insurance that Wonder never provided. Insurance that is something federally required of any vehicle on the road in the United States. The second infraction on our agreement...
Doesn't insurance cost money? If... Like... You just said that you never asked rent for him, so, like, there's no feasible reason why he should have Like, he should not have that $10,000. Yet now you're like, oh yeah, we also needed him to get insurance. It's like, insurance costs money. Also, moving costs? Like, were you guys paying for any of the fucking moving costs?
Occurred when Wonder...
24 consecutive payments on the vehicle, minimum of $588.32, due by the 15th of each month, beginning July 2021. A vehicle will be registered and reside in blank county in Colorado. During the duration of the rental period, renter will maintain physical damage and liability coverage on the vehicle at all times. If there is a lapse in insurance, any payment to reinstate the policy will be the responsibility of the renter. Renter will be responsible for insurance premiums and payments for the duration of the agreement. Owner will be listed on the casualty insurance at all times. Registration fees will be paid for by the owner until the title is signed to the renter. Any maintenance fees or damage to the vehicle outside of the warranty service provided by BMW will be paid by renter. If renter does not maintain service schedule and causes damage to the vehicle, the renter will be responsible for any damages that occur. If the vehicle is a total loss or otherwise deemed a mechanical failure, rental will forfeit all payments made on the... Wait, what? If the vehicle becomes mechanical failure, they will they will forfeit all payment. Okay, so they don't get the money back. Okay, sorry. My brain, for some reason, I was reading that as, like, if the car breaks down, you still have to continue all your payments. Okay, sorry.
left the state of Colorado to go back to Austin, Texas. You can clearly see these stipulations in the document on the screen right now. Due to multiple defaults by Wonder in our contract,
Again, how convenient that you have screenshots now.
I felt that I had no choice but to repossess the vehicle, which was my property because I am the one who owned it. When I landed in Austin, Texas, I called the non-emergency Austin PD 311 number.
Yeah, that's a good point. If an accident happens, Wonder is supposed to be, like, responsible for that. But the whole point is that Wonder doesn't have any fucking money. So I guess that's also just supposed to eat out of the $10,000 he had saved up.
To explain the situation to them. I told them that I had all of my title documents on me, I had the extra key, I had my insurance cards for the vehicle, and I asked them how I should proceed. They told me they were unconcerned as I was well within my legal right to collect my own property. They furthermore offered me a police escort for the repossession if I wasn't able to.
Wait, what? Sorry.
One number to no choice but to repossess the vehicle, which was, you can clearly be fired of any vehicle on the road in the United States. The second infraction on our agreement occurred when Wonderstruck left the state of Colorado to go back to Austin, Texas. You can clearly see these stipulations in the document on the screen right now. Due to multiple defaults by Wonder in our contract, I felt that I had no choice but to repossess the vehicle, which was my property because I am the one who owned it. When I landed in Austin, Texas, I called the non-emergency Austin PD 311 number to explain the situation to them. I told them that I had all of my title documents on me, I had the extra key, I had my insurance cards for the vehicle, and I asked them...
Okay, so back to that indentured servitude bit. She owns the rights to his only means of escaping her. So, should he ever try to use the car to escape and go back home, she then has the means to repossess it. This is, textbook, like, control issue manipulation. Fucking Christ.
How I should proceed. They told me they were unconcerned as I was well within my legal right to collect my own property. They furthermore offered me a police escort for the repossession if I wasn't able to collect the car on my own. So on July 29th, 2021, I was able to get a hold of my vehicle and I took back my property. I would like to take a moment to bring up the condition of the vehicle upon its repossession. Within 1 month of using the vehicle, the car was visibly soiled, trash was littered in the car, it contained dirty clothing which consisted of I think 2 pairs of dirty boxers and maybe 3 mismatched socks. There was also a huge crack that went across most of the windshield, and for some reason, the glove box compartment in the front passenger seat was somehow broken. The state of the vehicle was...
I love that they're like, oh yeah,
2 pairs of
trash.
dirty
It's like
boxers.
2 bottles, a book, what looks like maybe a knee pad, an empty candy container. I don't even know if those are boxes. One of them looks like a sock or a hat. Like this one does not look like... Is that supposed to be boxers? That looks like a sock to me. Maybe I'm the crazy one.
Passenger seat was somehow broken. The state of the vehicle was shocking, to be honest, but at this point I was just happy to have my car back and know that it couldn't be damaged any further. And
Shocking?
Oz, I want to thank you again for helping me throughout this entire
Really?
situation. You knew better than anyone how much this situation affected the both of us, and I can't express how much your support meant and continues to mean to me. I know he yelled and screamed extensively at both of us. You didn't deserve that, and I didn't either, but I'm still sorry that this hurt you too. I just want to give a quick trigger warning here
What?
for the...
Fucking what did that just say? Oh!
I just want to give a quick trigger warning here for the mention of suicide and suicidal intention. After the car was back in my possession on the 29th of July, Oz and I received numerous messages from Wonder, which will be available in the Google Drive. What I specifically would like to highlight is that he insinuates that he had intention to and was taking action to arm himself to end his life. In a message directly with me, he explicitly told me that, quote, I was legit trying to get into my dad's gun cabinet to fucking kill myself. Either way, out of concern, I called the Austin Police Department non-emergency line to ask for a wellness check. And when I explained to the operator what was the situation at hand, they immediately transferred me to the 911 dispatcher. I then read the messages to them, and I gave the 911 operator the last known place of his residence in Texas, which was his dad's house, to perform a wellness check. The operator...
I would like to point out that in this screenshot, Wonder is speaking in the past tense. As in, this is a thing that happened in the past. We don't know how long ago. I doubt you could even think of this, but I was so stressed out that day and trying to figure out how to meet my deadlines, so you didn't view me as a whack worked that I thought I was going to fail. After everything, being treated like your emotional punching bag and letting you just purposely not tell me things so you could have a reason to be mad, ruining my finances, everything. I had had enough. I was legit trying to get into my dad's gun cabinet and fucking... because the stress of it all and knowing that a mistake I couldn't control would probably result in even more pettiness from a near 1 million sub was just too much. So yes, I would like to point out Wonder is speaking in the past tense here. That they had been trying to get into a gun cabinet at the time. And Blair chooses to, according to her, call a wellness check. Despite the fact that they have not indicated by this screenshot that this was currently an issue. So she decided to potentially unfairly, like, nuisance or traumatize somebody who was not in a great state. I don't know. It just seems a little weird. He's just like, oh yeah, it happened however many days ago. Maybe it was a week ago. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. We don't know when this happened in the timeline. Where is this? Do we... Nope. Cool. Love that. When the fuck did this happen? Fuck you, Blair.
I then read the messages to them, and I gave the concern. I called the Austin Police Department non-emergency line to ask for a wellness check. And when I explained to the operator what was the situation at hand, they immediately...
Oh, I like that she doesn't have it fully at the bottom here. It says, thankfully my therapist called me while I was trying to blah 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 blah. So, already indicating that they were talked to about this by their fucking therapist. So, like, time has clearly passed since this point. some weird shit, because my therapist literally called me right there because I forgot I had an appointment. She told me it was best that I do whatever it takes to be able to do my job than to breathe. Yeah, fucking... ugh.
Transferred me to the 911 dispatcher. I then read the messages to them, and I gave the 911 operator the last known place of his residence in Texas, which was his dad's house, to perform a wellness check. The operator then told me not to arrange anything unless the police force is present. In his messages, Wonder states that he received a call from his therapist, which ultimately pulled him out of his intended plan. And let's take a moment to discuss the therapist. During his time in Colorado, he expressed that he wanted to seek therapy, and I think that's a fantastic decision. To help him with his process, I messaged my old therapist, who I did a lot of EMDR therapy with and helped me immensely. On screen is me reaching out to her to see if she was accepting any new clients. Confidential details are going to be censored in order to keep Wonder's privacy and integrity. Looking back, I probably shouldn't have recommended a therapist who was so life-changing for me to somebody else. Therapy is a continual journey. You can come in and out as needed. And unfortunately, after I recommended Wonder to this therapist, there began a conflict of interest, and I could no longer in good conscience see her for her services. Wonder, I am so incredibly sorry that I unintentionally created a conflict of interest between the two of us in regards to this therapist. I did not mean to make that an issue between us at all. When Wonder arrived in Colorado, to say he packed lightly would be a bit of an understatement. He arrived with barely any clothing, no food for his dog, not even a collar for his dog.
But he was supposed to make a $588 payment a month towards the car, on top of the insurance that he was supposed to be paying for it, as well as living expenses, because you weren't putting him up anywhere as far as I can gather. You know, food, clothing, fucking, where are you living? Colorado? Is it hot out there? What's the weather like there?
Just a bandana. As Wonder mentions on Twitter, that short amount of time we lived together.
Like, how much does housing in Colorado cost? Because, like, how much did she say that she was paying him again each, like, bi-weekly? Does anyone remember how much she said that was? Employment. $1,000? Was it just $1,000? I thought it was 1,000 something.
Is anecdotal, as much of our end of Sad Milk and Oz Media and myself life, and how his car was always breaking down, and family that he had moving away, and he was stories. Without going into personal details, I was pretty horrified by what he had explained happened in his past. I knew I wanted to help him in whatever way I could. Motivated to do well in life, and
yes,
how
Susie?
his car was always breaking.
I'm looking at the chat, Susie.
He would often tell both
So
Oz Media will be provided in the Google Drive. Some of this is anecdotal. As much to continue the discussion of his employment with me, I will have to give or add to that. Most companies, at least in the US, this is something go live the day before Christmas. As for his claim that he didn't get paid for his work for more than half a month, I would like to let everyone know that Sad Milk's payroll was on a bi-weekly schedule. That simply means that there is a payment every 2 weeks, which is essentially half of a month. This is something that I have continued within my own channel to this day. Both salaried and contracted employees are paid every 2 weeks, and to further add to that, most companies, at least in the US, pay on a bi-weekly schedule, so this is not anything unusual or uncommon. To continue the discussion of his employment with me,
I know she mentioned the exact
this was something he did. Don't know how that's possible when the video was finalized early morning on Christmas Eve. And Wonder, I do want to thank you again, as I previously had verbally done so, for editing that video. It was great to have a video go live the day before Christmas. As for his claim that he didn't get paid for his work for more than half a month, I would like to let everyone know that Sad Milk's payroll was on a bi-weekly schedule. That simply means that there's a payment every 2 weeks, which is essentially half a month. This is something that I have continued within my own channel to this day. Both salaried and contracted employees are paid every 2 weeks. I will have to give some much needed context. For this section, I will be providing screenshots where applicable, but some of this is anecdotal, as much of our conversations were either over voice calls or in person. Further corroboration of the anecdotal evidence will be provided in the Google Drive. Wonder and I were still friends throughout the end of Sad Milk in 2020 as well as into 2021. During this time, he would often tell both Oz Media and myself how living in Austin, Texas was a nightmare for him. He would often complain about his roommates being terrible people, his friends being mostly terrible people and unmotivated to do well in life, and how his car was always breaking down and how his channel was not going in the direction he wanted. And then he talked about that last bit of family that he had moving away and he was essentially alone. I won't speak on behalf of Oz, but I know I was moved by Wonder's stories. Without going into personal details, I was pretty horrified by what he had explained happened in his past. I was saddened by how he constantly talked about how bad his life was and how he felt like a failure. He said he felt alone, depressed, and uncertain of the future. And at that point, I knew I wanted to help him in whatever way I could. At the end of 2020, I paid for his tickets to visit Oz and me in Colorado. During this trip, we discussed the possibility of Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas. Oz Media and I had just moved into his newly purchased home in April 2021, and he decided to welcome Wonder into his house. Unless Oz Media was doing so without my understanding, Wonder was not charged any rent, utilities, or internet for sharing our living space. Later in May 2021, we welcomed Wonder into the house. Oz even personally drove down to Texas to get Wonder and his dog, James. I want to explain my perspective a little bit here. At this point, I was finally starting to feel comfortable with my channel, and I felt that I was in a good position to be able to help somebody out and truly change the lives of one of my close friends. I was in what I felt was a privileged position, and I wanted to share that with someone I cared about and wanted to see succeed. With that in mind, I decided to hire Wonder to do some editing work for my channel, and now we can get back to the continuation of discussing Wonder's employment. Wonder was hired on June 7th, 2021, and was salaried at $50,000 a year. To be frank,
$50,000 a year. So, 50,000 divided by how many weeks? Or in a year? Bi-weekly, 52, so 26. So 50,000 divided by 26. So 1,923 roughly every 2 weeks. That should be close-ish. Somebody check my math, just to be sure. I don't ever fucking trust me with math. Yeah, nearly 2,000. How much does insurance on a car cost? And also, like, how young was Wonder at the time? Because I know, doesn't age specifically play into, like, how expensive your insurance costs can be? So that's, like, almost at least $600 out of his check every month that is directly going towards the car payments.
I just really wanted him to have an easier job so that he could focus on his personal channel, as he had told me numerous times that was his ultimate goal. His only task was to edit short clips from any live streams that I did so that I could post them onto my documentation between the two of us. I will have all of the stipulations of our rent-to-own agreement on visibly soiled tragically at both of us. Drive, which was his dad's house to perform a wellness check. The operator EMDR therapy with and helped out as needed. And unfortunately, after I recommended Wonder to this therapist, the short amount of time we lived together was absolutely a nightmare.
Oh, here we go. Alright.
When Wonder arrived in Colorado, to say he packed lightly would be a bit of an understatement. He arrived with barely any clothing, no food for his dog, not even a collar for his dog, just a bandana. As Wonder mentions on Twitter, that short amount of time we lived together was...
Credit, salary, and age contributes to it, but Wonder isn't buying the car. Blair is. Yes, but Wonder is going to be the person who is mainly driving the car. Presumably, like, if Blair is buying this car for Wonder to be driving, then Wonder will be listed as the primary driver of the vehicle on insurance. So it doesn't matter if Blair is the one who owns the car. If he's the one driving it all the time, the insurance is still going to account for that.
Was absolutely a nightmare. The
Check out a BMW. A BMW's insurance is over $2,000? That can't... Okay. The average cost for insuring a BMW across all models is $355 a month. That is the average. 2,000. I don't know where you got that. That seems like a lot. Yeah. Average insurance cost for BMW 3 Series is $303. Yeah, it seems like the average is in the $350 range. But we don't know what exactly it would be for someone with Wonderstruck's age / driving skill or driving experience. So, if we assume that's around $350 to $400 a month, oh god, fucking math. There we go. Okay, I need to write things down. Alright, so Blair was expecting $588 for car payments. And then we'll do maybe AV of $350 for insurance. And he's getting shit. What was it I said? It was like 19 something. Oh, I can do it again. 50,000 divided by 26 equals 1923. Thank you. 1923. Alright. So, already, this is about $900. We got $588, which is the car payments. We add that to a minimum average of $355. That's $943. So, 1923 minus 943 leaves him with working around $980. And that's assuming that it is the actual average insurance and it's not higher, because it could, we assume that it could be between like $350 and like maybe $400. I don't know exactly how it works. So like he might have closer to like maybe $950 or $940 by the end of this subtraction. And that's what he has to pay every month. So, at the very least, he's supposed to be being paid every 2 weeks. So, you can multiply that by, oh god, if he gets paid every 2 weeks, he goes out every month. So, it would be 1923 times 2, minus, it was 943. Okay, so left with, so far, every month, $2,900 to work with. Not too bad, based on what we know, but let's keep listening and see how things go. We don't have all the facts yet. Okay. Yes, there is taxes. This is before or after taxes, but that, shit. Yeah, Blair didn't say. I don't even know.
Began with our dogs and his unwillingness to help ease
We'll have
the
to calculate that later, possibly.
situation between our pets. I did everything I thought of at the time to introduce James and Casper in a way that facilitated a good relationship between the dogs. They met on neutral ground at a dog park and only had supervised...
Oh, you're screaming to let... sorry, hang on. Give me a sec. Oh.
Hello.
She was waiting in here for me.
I have, like, so much pulled up from, like, things that you've asked regarding Colorado.
Oh my
and
god.
I'm just, like, trying to answer. I'm like, friendly reminder, you have someone who lives here.
Yeah, it's fair. I'm sorry about it.
It's fine. I was just, cause, yeah. As far as weather here, it depends on, like, when Wonder had moved. Cause during the summers, it can get pretty hot. As an example, like, this week, at least here in Denver, the highest it's going to get is, like, 97 degrees Fahrenheit, which for you would be, I think, 36 Celsius? That's how it can get during summers. It can get hotter. I think this was supposed to be 2021, right?
Yeah.
So, that was a particularly hot year. So, yeah, that is something to keep in mind. It also can get stupidly cold here, getting under, or I guess below 0. And that's below 0 Fahrenheit, so I think that's even... I don't know what that is Celsius offhand.
Gross.
But it can get really cold. As for the minimum, or like the what Wonder was being given as far as money goes, or as far as payment goes, they said 50,000 a year, right?
Yes.
So that is more than at least minimum wage. Take that as you will. Because minimum wage here in Colorado is like 28,000. And then
Does it really count as minimum
the...
wage if giving them the 50,000, you're also immediately indebting them so that they have to spend 14,000 of it on something else? At least.
It's true. Look, I don't know if you saw my joke in the chat earlier, but I came in and I said, hey, I guess you could say that Blair partakes in some multi-level manipulation.
Yeah, you were right.
And I think someone else in the chat said that Blair is quite the pyramid schemer.
Shit, it was all in her character design from day one.
Yeah. Also, you wanted to know the cost insurance by age, right?
Yeah.
So how old would Wonder have been by that point?
Let me...
Because I actually do have the average BMW insurance cost by age pulled up right now.
Does anyone happen to know how old Wonderstruck is?
Because if we could figure that out, I could tell you like an average number.
Hi, I'm Wonder.
19 going on 20.
Okay. So 2 years ago, he was 18? 17?
Is 18 doing this shit?
Okay, I thought he was older than that. That's actively fucked up. If she, like...
So...
If he was 17 or
Okay.
18 and she, like, indebted him to her with a contract that, like, forced him to work for her effectively for the next 2 years, that's fucked up.
Okay, so I'll just give the general numbers, I guess, between 17 and 20, because some people in the chat are saying 20.
Mm-hmm.
Or 2020, 2021-ish. Okay, so, 17, like, if you were 17 getting a BMW insure, like, if you're a good driver, that's, $10,000. If you've had a recent accident, that's $14,000, and if you have poor credit, that's $17,000. If you are 18, your insurance would cost $9,000. If you had a recent accident, that's $13,000, and poor credit is $16,000. If you're 20 and a good driver, that would be $7,000. Recent accident would be $10,000, and poor credit would be $12,000. So it's anywhere between. Wait, why is it so expensive when you're younger?
Because you have less experience.
Okay. But yeah, so it'd be anywhere between, I guess if we're gonna like usher into 21, so it'd be anywhere from 6,000 to 17,000
Okay, well,
as far as the
6 to 17.
anywhere between.
That's a big difference.
Well, that's if because we're going by all the age ranges of 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. If we
Yeah.
knew his exact age, I'd be able to pinpoint it to a specific column
Recently
or to a
19.
specific row, but
Recently turned 19.
he's recently 19.
No, he
So he
he
would've
was
been-
at the time.
or he was
at the time.
recently
He was
19.
recently turned 19.
Okay, so then that's 8,000 if you're a good driver.
Okay.
12,000 if you had a recent accident, and 14,000 on 4 credits.
Okay, 8, 12, and 14. So 8,000 divided by 12. Oh, bro, no! Evil. 12,000 divided by 12. That's pretty easy. It's 1. That's a solid 1,000 a month. 14 divided by 12 is 1166. Okay, so already these estimates are way fucking above what it was before. So, if we assume it's closer to 8,000, that means we got 588 plus 666. There's a sign. And we're left with 1, 2, 5, 4. We got the 12, which is a 1,000. Oh, that's easy. That's 1588. Thank you very much. And then we've got math that turns into 6, 7. I don't want to do full math today. 1166 plus 588. Here we go. 1754. Thank you.
And mind you, these are averages.
Yes. These are average estimations. So, if we assume that he's got to pay out every month, and he gets paid every 2 weeks, that means every 2 weeks he gets 1923 times 2. Yeah, we are okay. So 3846. That's what he's got to work with every 2 weeks. And then every month he has subtracted either between $1,254 or $1,500 or $1,754. Meaning that he either has, after the 2 weeks left, 3846 minus 1254 equals 2592 3846 minus. Sorry, math.
I also found the exact number, by the way, for anyone who wanted to know like how hot it got in particularly 2021 in Colorado. I think the max was in July around 102 degrees Fahrenheit. So, again, I don't know what that is Celsius, but just go with it's hot. When we start reaching 3 digits in Fahrenheit, there's a problem.
Answer is yes. With these updated estimates, the amount of money that he has left over is reduced from $2,903 as our basic estimate to more around $2,100. That's on the high end.
Gas prices?
Oh yeah, gas
Are
prices.
gas prices like in Colorado?
Fuck!
Okay. So, we're looking from anywhere between, it looks like, well, at least this year, so we probably have a little bit of leniency on this, because gas prices are up, always fucking hiking up, I think. Or gas prices going down because food is going up. I don't remember. So we could probably range this out a little bit. If we're talking about regular gas, I don't really know the difference between regular, mid-grade, premium, or diesel. so I don't really know what a BMW would run on. But if we're looking at regular gas, the current average was about $3.827. A year ago it was like $4 gas prices for regular. That's going off of that. Mid-grade was $5. So was premium and diesel. Diesel, I think, was the most expensive. So it was roughly anywhere $4 to $5, at least average gas prices. And then we were also looking at home price. We were also looking at housing prices in Colorado, right?
No, because I think he was living rent-free somewhere, so we don't have to worry about that. I think we can also ignore gas prices for now, because we have no concept of, like, where Wonder was traveling to, or how far he was traveling, or how often he was traveling. We only know, like, he needed it at least to get the distance.
Yeah. I mean, if he was going from, like, Texas to Colorado, that's... As someone who has had that drive before, it's like an 11-ish hour drive.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't factor into his everyday salary and, like, how much you have to pay out each month. So that's fine. Okay.
Play at the house. Wonder did not want to facilitate the dog play, so this really only happened under mine and Oz's supervision. And when both myself and Oz would leave the house and Wonder would stay home, he has multiple times locked Casper away in an empty room while James got free roam over the entire house. I don't want to claim that I'm any sort of dog specialist, but I do know that James was the new dog in this house that Casper had already been living in. And dogs are territorial by nature, that this was Casper's house and now suddenly he was being locked away. Additionally, James had multiple accidents in the home and Wonder would not clean them.
Okay, thank you. So it's a good thing we are meeting at the warehouse at 11:30 today, because one, I think Casper might be coming with us to James' shit all over our staircase in the basement, and Blank is the one having to clean it up right now. I'm gonna help Dad, and 3, we got a buttload of who fucking... Oh, okay, this must be text-to-speech. Might be coming with, because 1, I think Casper might be coming with us. 2, James shit all over our staircase in the basement, and Blank is the one having to clean it up right now. I'm going to help Dad. And 3, we got a buttload of waxes in yesterday, and I need to bring those to the warehouse. And 4 or 5, or whatever I am on this list, I need to get some recordings done today, so I have to bring my little portable vocal booth too. Today is absolutely fucking hell, and it's not even 10 a.m. yet. Oh, Jesus fucking... What does this have... Okay. James shit all over our staircase in the basement. It's like, how does this prove that Click never cleaned... Or not Click, Wonder never cleaned up after the dog? What?
Yeah. Oh no, I was correcting saying Wonder. Also, hey, Avi.
I thought you meant like just a random dude was just on the stairs, like, watch this. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I did it.
It's a little weird when you've got a dog that's got, like, a people name.
Dude, my dog, Larry.
My dog, Megan.
Yeah.
God.
Dogs, Harry, Larry, and Mo. No, Harry, Curly, and Mo. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Dogs have accidents all the
My
time.
dog.
Yeah, exactly.
My dog, Jonathan.
It was Oz who ended up taking on that
So
responsibility.
as to not escape
During
the
Wonder's stay in
allegations.
Colorado, his actions and inactions regarding the care of his dog James were a main cause of tension in the house. Not only did it seem like James was receiving inadequate care due to the lack of identification with a collar, lack of food, lack of toys, and more, but Wonder was unwilling to do his part as a pet owner, to keep the peace between the dogs too. Wonder's lack of responsibility led to multiple incidents in addition to what I've previously mentioned. Firstly, James bit Casper, and bit his ear so hard that Casper bled. At this point, I took Casper to live with my sister, as I no longer felt comfortable having Casper alone in the house with Wonder and James. I reached out to my good friend who's also...
Hey, so question. I'm having a bad dog situation. I don't know what to do. Do you know if you'd be able to help? I'd pay you for your time. What's going on? If it's behavioral, I'll have to see it for myself. Yeah, I think it's behavioral. So, blank moved from Texas to Colorado. Okay, wonder. And he brought his dog, James. James and Casper are having this alpha male aggression situation with each other. And this morning, James bit Casper in the ear hard, and Casper bled all over the backyard. So, Casper left the house with my mom, and James is now at home, but there is an invasion of privacy issue, and even though we had the dogs meet on neutral grounds, it seems like something still isn't right, and I don't know what it is. I'd like to meet this other dog. I have some ideas, but until I know for certain, separations keeps everyone safe. I'm available after work tomorrow, probably 9 a.m. and all Wednesday and Thursday. Yes, if you would like to, maybe you can come to my house on Wednesday, and then after meeting the dogs and then being separated, we can work on them.
To a dog trainer to see if he could help me with the situation. The second incident occurred on June 24th, 2021. On the night of the 23rd, Oz and Wonder went out together. I was exhausted, and so before they both left, I let them know that I was going to bed, which is exactly what I did. I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning by Oz because Wonder was panicking because James was gone. Wonder admitted that he took James outside to go potty, then having forgotten he had done so, he left James outside while Wonder left the house with Oz. That means that he left his own dog outside unsupervised for hours on end in the middle of the night. If I was aware that James was outside unsupervised, I would have done—
Okay. It's one thing to berate a dog owner for a pattern of neglectful behavior. It's another to berate a dog owner for doing a thing once that they felt bad about. Like, was there a pattern of leaving the dog out? You said he forgot. Why are you exposing this like he's a bad person?
On everything to ensure his safety and brought him back inside. There was unfortunately nothing I could do as I was already downstairs in my room sleeping by the time this was all unfolding. When I was woken up by Oz, I got on the Nextdoor app and I immediately made a post to try and locate James. Got a response around 10 a.m. the next day with a call from someone—
Oh wow, of course, Blair comes to the fucking rescue.
Who had thankfully located James. The only evidence I have of this series of events is photos of James that Wonder sent to me at 3:05 in the morning on June 24th because I needed some photos to post on Nextdoor. As for the photo that Wonder posted claiming that I live in a hoarder home, I want to clarify that, as previously stated, Oz and I had only started moving into the home around mid-April 2021. I still had my room from a shared lease with multiple roommates until June 1st. During Wonder's stay, I was still in the process of moving in and unpacking. Furthermore, the photo he shows is a photo of a room that wasn't lived in by anyone in the house, and it was being used as a temporary storage and unpacking site while everyone was moving in.
What?
To further
What are you talking? There's a pile of clothing. What the fuck are you talking about? That's a bed.
There is a little bit more to this. Yeah, there is a little bit more to this story that just makes this part so much like wilder. I don't know if you've read the like any of the threads that went on Twitter.
I read Clicks and Wonders.
Oh, did you not? So if you've read Wonders, you maybe have seen it. I think Oz Media actually talks more about it, and then I know OT had a thread, but his is more towards Sad Milk and less about Blair herself. There's a lot to look at on all of this. I was strangely enough keeping tabs on like all of this. I was very invested in it. Mainly because it's a bunch of creators that I liked. But yeah, there's a little bit more to this story. Blair is still in the wrong, of course, but there's a part of this that's like particularly interesting.
Oh, okay. I'm excited now.
Temporary storage and unpacking site while everyone was moving in. To further exemplify this, I would like to show you some photos I have of Casper in my room from that same time. And I would like to highlight a couple things, which I feel this is very nitpicky, but because this was brought up in such a manner, I feel that—
Yeah, nobody could accuse Blair of being nitpicky.
This is kind of the way to dispel this. And again, normally I wouldn't point out small things like this, but I really feel as I need to. If you go ahead and look at the sheets on the bed, it's not the same ones as the one that are on the floor in the photo he took. At the time, Colorado is still very cold in April, and I had a full goose down comforter on the bed. And as you can see with photo...
I mean, it can. I was gonna say, like, it can be cold in April. It can also be pretty fucking warm in April. Like, it can happen both ways, Blair.
Literally Casper's Instagram with the tagged dates on it below as well. You can see that my bed also, albeit a bit gaudy, has a silver headboard with little, like, you know, little crystals and mirrors and silver tuffeting. I feel the need to point out these minor details since the out-of-context photos of the house being moved into are being used as a way to show that I'm a supposed monster and that, quote, my home is a mess, like hoarder's bad. And just...
I mean, yeah, there's a significant difference between the pictures that you pose your dog for, specifically for your dog-centric Instagram, and candid pictures taken by somebody else in the household who isn't you and who isn't incentivized to make it look nice. Like, that doesn't prove jack and shit. Or jack or shit.
What was the point of this, Wonder?
What was the point of that?
Why would you even bother posting something like this, except to humiliate me? This was...
Yeah, I feel like
that... there's a point to it. It's to talk about the living conditions of the dog that you have in the house.
Yeah.
The room that we told you we were using to move, and we let you know it was off limits to you. That photo alone shows your consistent lack of respect for Oz's and my boundaries. And Wonder, I am sorry.
Consistent lack of respect, despite this being literally the first time this has been brought up.
That I was...
Yeah, no, that part in particular is what I'm talking about, where it gets, like, super interesting because she's blaming Wonder for going in there and taking that picture. As I said, I don't know if Wonder, like, actually brought this up in his thread, but I know it gets brought up in the video at the very least. And I know Oz talked about it in their thread.
Friends with you. My short involvement in your life clearly caused you so much harm and emotional distress, and I never want that for any of my friends, past or present. And for that, I again want to apologize. I hope you find peace.
Oh, fuck you!
I always
This
love it when
final
people say,
section-
I want to apologize. It's one of my favorite. Like, they say, I want to apologize, and then just don't.
He's a neglectful dog owner, and also he's a piece of shit, and also he stole a car from me, but I hope you do better. I love you.
Sorry.
Go fuck yourself, Blair.
And this final person will be the hardest for me to address, so I plan on
But apparently the shortest. Oh my god.
keeping this brief.
Yeah, also she sounds like
Oz,
she's about to cry.
Yeah!
You were right. I am afraid of looking stupid and weak online, and yet I am those things right now. You've been with me through a lot of really intense and personal situations in my life. You were there throughout the entire process of my mom's cancer diagnosis, her various
Oh my
treatments,
god!
and hospitalization.
The emotional manipulation! Oh my god!
And I know there were many times when I had to run out the door suddenly because there was
I
crap.
love you. You mean so much to me. I know you're just calling me out for how much of a piece of shit I am and how I don't like to be made fun of online. Isn't it so much more obvious now that I'm trying to push sympathy? I'm trying to make it so that people aren't laughing at me anymore. They feel bad for me. Good job, bitch.
So anyway, like, comment, and subscribe.
I didn't know if she was gonna make it, and you said you'd stay at the house and watch Casper so I could go to my mom. You were there for Casper's various hospitalizations when he would get sick throughout the years, and you helped me through a very difficult surgery recovery. I just want to say thank you for always being my support through all of my ups and downs. I know that a lot of these personal situations in my life left me very thin and sometimes irritable, and I want to say thank you for supporting me through it and talking me through some really hard times. Your support and your friendship meant more to me than I think you'll probably ever know. I'm gonna miss all the fun things we used to do, eating way too much cheese at the melting pot. I'll miss you teaching me how to play
Am I muted
Command
this
and
time?
Conquer.
Huh. Am I muted this time?
No.
Okay, good. Holy crap. Last time I talked for like 20 minutes and I'm like, why aren't they responding?
Okay.
And then I looked and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm muted.
Playing it, and
How
you've
have y'all
always
been?
We're in the middle of watching a video.
Oh, what video, if I may ask? Let me look.
Jump into
Blair's.
the thing and you can look.
Oz Media, Illuminati, that's all.
obviously been Casper's BFF, and you know how Casper is not afraid of Oswaldo. We're both gonna miss you a lot. The truth is, like we've privately discussed before, I always hoped that we'd be able to reconnect again in the future and mend our friendship. I meant that when I said it to you, and I believed you when you said it back. Even after everything that's happened, you were the one person that I always thought we could just get it and pick back up where we left. And unfortunately, I think that ship has sailed. Oz, I miss the friend you were to me, but I think...
Oh my.
Okay, the emotional manipulation.
Yeah.
So, okay, what I'm hearing is crying in the background. This doesn't sound like it's a script, but if it is a script, wonderful acting.
Hang on, I've got you keep talking. I've got a spider dangling by my face.
Again? Wait, how many spiders do you keep in your hair at all times?
A couple.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, one for safekeeping and one for emergencies, I'd say.
Yeah. You know,
Oh,
Yeah.
just in case.
I'm just okay. I hate this. First of
Yeah, I
all,
also been here for like 40 seconds.
I've been here for how long, and I've listened to how much, and I already want it to stop. Alright.
I had paid so much attention to this particular situation because it's just a bunch, as I mentioned earlier, it's just a bunch of creators that I really like, and then suddenly there's like a huge fucking drama surrounding like all of them. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
I'm only like the main three people at the time. Like, I'm not caught up. All I know is Illuminati bad, problems, seen screenshots. She made bad apology. Is this the same apology, or is this a different one?
Sorta.
One sec, there's another one.
Apology asterisk.
It's an apology in the same way Colleen apologized. In
Yeah.
that it isn't.
There's no ukululu. So.
Oh man, I wish there was a ukulele in this. Like I wish
Oh,
like she's
God.
crying and then just like in the background she's like, hold on, I need to get something to help me illustrate my point, and then just start playing the fucking
ukululu.
ukulele.
I need to go get it. I need to play high C, low C, high C, low C.
Oh man, dude, that's how I apologize to people. Excuse me, that's how I don't apologize to people.
If I don't apologize without there being a musical instrumental background, then I'm sorry, but I just don't mean it.
Dude, the fucking Genius page for that song is
Is
art.
beautiful. I still need more people to. I still need I still need people to send me their lines. 2, I need to get more people to get lines for that because I really still. I don't care if she's going around fucking claiming videos about that. I still want to do a video reading off the Genius page. It is so great.
Oh
It
man,
is so art.
I kind of want to do one.
I can get you the list.
Cool.
Oh, it'd be beautiful.
Who was the last person I sent the list to?
I think we're good on spiders for now.
Okay, for now.
Well, there's been a trend of spider eggs hatching on the light above my head, and I have my fan blowing towards me. So every once in a while, like, they will do that thing that spider babies do, where like they cast out a thread and they just let the wind take them someplace new. Except the someplace new is my face and my microphone.
my god.
And this has been happening for the last... This has been happening since I got back from VidCon.
Do you think since you left for VidCon, like they all like had a little spider
Oh, yes,
meeting,
with
like
the
they
spider
had the Knights of
orgy.
the Round Table, except it's the spiders of Beast.
Spider
And they're
orgy
like,
was real.
we're getting caught, boys. We need to double our forces. Oh, God.
Alright. I don't... I don't talk about this very often, but I did mention earlier in the stream that I have to talk about personal things for a video that I don't really want to talk about, but since I have to talk about it anyways, it makes sense to bring it up. I have a family member who does this exact same bullshit that Blair's doing, like the emotional manipulation to make you feel bad, despite the fact that
Oh
they're
my
like
God,
gaslighting and manipulating you. These people
Yeah,
suck.
this is... Yeah. At least it's not like they're in a room with the camera facing them, they're wearing white, the background is very light. Like, it's not like white themed, like angel washing sort of thing. So at least not that. But this, I think I'd prefer that because this is just bad. Like, oh my god.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
This makes
There's
it
a
clear
thing...
that
Oh, later.
we finally need to cut all ties. So, to finish out this very difficult...
Wait, so what the fuck was all that? I love you, I wanted to make up with you, you mean so much to me, but also we should never speak to each other again.
I not have put that privately? Why did... Oh my god! I'm gonna... Okay. No! Fuck. Just... What the scallop?
Cool video for me. I want to once again just say, I take accountability for my actions. There are absolutely some stupid and dumb things that I did, and sometimes I do react a bit impulsively, and that does tend to backfire on me. I am disappointed in my behavior, and I hope that I can learn from all of this. I want to own up to my faults and take responsibility for my actions. Furthermore, I want to take responsibility for my own involvement with a crowd I am happy to no longer associate with. I did make bad decisions, I made bad friends, and there will forever be a bad taste in my mouth regarding some of the individuals I've spoken about today.
Did she really try to be all like, I take accountability for having bad friends?
I didn't hear one I'm sorry in that entire thing. Just me.
But finally,
Is
I want...
just fucking like listening to this is exactly like listening to a lot of the just not apologies I've seen from YouTube and people in my life and on Discord and shit. And all I can think is like, dude, well, I can think of two things right now. The first is, man, I really feel at home listening to this. I really feel like I'm fucking being flashed back to my days. And the other thing is, okay, so she beefed till I no, she strogan till I beef. Fucking Susie sent me a horrible Paul Bart video. Now I can't get it out of my brain.
Sip train. Toxic gossip train. This is bullshit. What the fuck, B?
to apologize to my audience. I owe you better than this, and you deserve more from me.
She definitely owes us better than whatever the fuck this whole video was.
I let you down, and I am sorry. I hope that in time you can see that I mean everything that I've said here today, and I am so excited to be able to prove you right.
Huh. So...
B, I will never get the 2 minutes I spent in here of my life back.
That sounds like a you problem.
It is.
Yeah, no, alright, so you've also got, Clicks, Wonders, and OT's videos to watch, and, like, 2 more threads to read?
Oh.
Should I do the classic, like, YouTube addressal thing? Like, and then I turn on the camera. No, okay, let's skip that. Well, good evening.
I appreciate a little bit of levity. Thank you, Click.
Buddies, Lasses and Lazos, welcome to the Click. You smell amazing today. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Excuse the mess, I'm in the process of upgrading my PC for streaming. I very much need to upgrade. I realize some of the PCs I have in it are like 8 years old, so yeah, time flies, doesn't it? So I wasn't really planning on recording anything for a couple of days, but a situation came up that I couldn't really ignore, and I think it's time I talked about it. So this video is going to be a bit more scripted than usual, hence while I'm reading here, yes, I can read, to stay on topic and be as concise as possible. My intention is that this is the last address of this situation. I've gone back and forth about how I wanted to make this video, and I think it's been a long time coming. I don't feel great about bringing drama to my main channel, as I know that's not what people are here for. For a little bit of context, I made a thread a few days ago outlining in rough detail why I left the old Sad Milk collaboration channel, partially to clarify that I wasn't associating with Illuminati anymore in more recent events and my reasoning for that. She kept getting into trouble and people kept asking me about it.
Yeah, Click's voice is like Markiplier levels of silky smooth.
God.
Dude, I just enjoy, like, so, like, I enjoy the Reddit read contents that he and OT specifically do, because those two are just, they're just really fucking funny.
I like his
I
mic.
think the only... wait till you get to, wait till we get to the One Topics video. He takes the googly eye thing and, like, makes it a thing.
Cranks
It's
it up to
really
100.
funny.
I'm on Team Googly Eye right now.
It's so great. No, I love OT's video. It's great.
Oh my god.
Me into it. This blew up way more than what I intended and also made some other people come forward with their own stories, both in private and in public. The old Sad Milk members, old editors, ex-staff, you name it. And this whole thing blew up way more than I ever intended it to. Commentary channels picking it up, making stories, viral videos. It was interesting to see, for sure. A response video was made by her, which, among other things, dove into some pretty gnarly accusations about myself and presented a very dark picture about my morals, my Discord, and how I run things in my community. I wrote out a few different scripts for this video, some of them very long and extensive. But after some reflection, I realized I don't want to drag this out. I'm not a drama channel, and I don't work with hit pieces. My main grievance with Illuminati wasn't necessarily the behavior that made me leave. It's in the past, and she lost many friends over it. I think I can let that speak for itself. My main grievance was her insistence to create new rumors and slander about myself, One Topic, and others after we left, and how she wouldn't leave us alone. This was super hard to address in any capacity, as she rarely made the accusations directly, always talking through someone else's mouth or hyping up some young impressionable fan or associate to the point they would try to expose me, or simply vague posting on Twitter with very suggestible timings. I will reference all of this later on in the video. Very easy for me and my colleagues to tell where all this was coming.
Fucking whack.
Okay.
You know, I do have to say that the one thing I fucking hate about internet drama is that it's mainly hearsay when, mainly Blair's thing, when I hopped in, all I heard was just hearsay, and I didn't see that many, screenshots pertaining to what she was talking about. So we just heard her say what happened, but so far, and we're 2 minutes, 30 seconds into this video, we already have a very not cropped screenshot going over what's going on, so I'm already interested because he's already getting straight to the point, already admitted that this is scripted so he can stay on topic. This is how you do an apology video.
ClickOT and Wonder all had their shit on very organized, very on point. You're gonna see that it's gonna be wildly different from how Blair did hers.
I already like this. This is easy to digest, straight to the point. This is already something that I know I'm going to be able to digest easily, especially since I have the brain capacity of a goldfish. So, I think this is
but
gonna be
really
great.
hard to actually prove to an outside audience, therefore almost impossible to defend yourself against. The talking points she tried so hard to sneakily spread for the longest time are actually the exact same talking points she brought up in her video. And I was also sent evidence of this by an ex-staff of hers that reached out to me during all this. So even though it was not my intention, my thread that ultimately led to her video pretty much baited out the fact that she was the one behind these claims and ideas all along. I also have full receipts for everything later on in the video. So I'm going to address her most previous allegations factually and concisely, with full receipts, context, and any additional information that might be needed.
Love to see it.
Finally, after 2.5 years, I get to set the record straight. Number 1, the Discord situation. Content warning, mention of predatory behavior and adult topics. The situation brought up mentions a pedo joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this predatory person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation, basically just letting them run amok. Click did not address it or wasn't fast enough, etc. Here are the DMs of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now, the first detail that was conveniently left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone, this occurred around 2 AM, and within the span of me sleeping, this random creep in question had already gotten banned. I took the liberty to dig through the old ban logs on my server, and here it is. He was banned at 2:14 AM, my time zone. She brought one topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video and her accusations. However, her statement in these DMs about Click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what to do.
Bless you.
Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves the P word. What is going on? In Click server and Click knowing. 19-year-old and 12-year-old combo public server, blah blah blah, did nothing, and this was on the heels of Click's admin sending naughty stuff. And one topic says, hang on, I'll walk over to my mic. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. But, as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are correct. So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members and almost 3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has real problems when it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform. We as creators do our best to clean this up, as well as the platform teams. Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address it when it comes to our attention. This isn't a Click's Discord issue, it's a Discord issue. By the time I woke up, the staff spaces were in chaos. I assume she had asked her crossover staff to leave my server after the two teams clashed, fighting, tossing around odd allegations, and blame. Keep in mind, the creep that joined the VC was already banned for many hours. And this is what I saw when I woke up in the morning. Tons of messages in staff chats, arguments, white names from people leaving. I tried to get an explanation to what had happened, and it took me a good few hours to dig through everything, talk to people, try to de-escalate, and evaluate who had done wrong, and so on. The situation recap wasn't exactly presented to me on a silver platter. In the allegations against me, it is claimed that I didn't react or respond to the situation. Number 1, being asleep at 2 AM detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole thing was left out. And 3, a receipt of Illuminati reaching out to me to get me to respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations. And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who reached out to resolve this was actually myself. And here are the DMs for it.
Ta-da! Wow.
Okay.
So,
Topic. I like the fact that someone in chat said, why are they called receipts if you didn't buy anything? Thank you. That is great. Anyway, yes, B?
I forgot what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry!
Fuck, what was it?
Respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations. And
Yes, okay, so confirmation that if anything that Blair... This is effectively showcasing confirmation for the assumption that if Blair is lying, she's just not gonna show anything on screen because she doesn't have anything to prove her fucking narrative.
And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who reached out to resolve this was actually myself. And here are the DMs where I did so. Probably worth going to you too, as this thing seems to be blowing up. What have you seen of the recent events on the server? If we got time, I think a quick VC would be good, because this is going on the Warpath, it seems. Warpath referring to the teams arguing and fighting, not actually the ban itself. As I said, that had been issued 16 hours before this conversation took place. One sec, I'm on a call with OT, can I bring him in too? Sure, no problem. Here is a zip file, which is all the images that she showed in her video of the DMs with the creep, etc, etc. By the way, gonna talk to my admins in 15, that's when this person is back and can VC. Okay, I'm writing in the group DM right now. I will let you guys know when all actions have been carried out. I am proud of you. It sounds from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events to the time after our voice call, that it worked out quite well. Of course, important to know that this conversation was also an outreach to resolve the Discord Teams issue, not about the ban itself. To further clarify, the ban had been issued 16 hours before this conversation and before I ever woke up. And yes, it was later brought to my attention that there were a couple of mods who failed to act initially. This was evaluated by me and the team to take proper action. It's important to keep in mind that these people aren't trained law enforcement, but community volunteers. Myself and the admin team I work closely with do our best to resolve any situations that occur in the Discord. Also important to know that this screenshot from the group call that she brought up is simply OT not wanting some random creep statements in his work drive. It's not that he was so torn up about my disgusting Discord, as is insinuated in the video for some reason. If OT was really so disgusted with me and how I run things, isn't it odd that we've been close friends for the 2.5 years after this happened? It's a very odd thing to try to twist in her video. Of course, she would retell the story quite differently to anyone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, if everybody left her after this situation, like, how many people were aware of this alleged pedophile in Click's community? Like, we clearly saw the one topic knew about it. Like, isn't she inherently implying that, like, everyone who left with Click is okay with him just ignoring that kind of behavior?
And I feel like Click has a large enough following that, and especially in the art and drama community, people would immediately latch on to the whole pedophilia, Click's okay with it kind of thing. So it just wouldn't really make sense. Like, what?
Hell yeah.
On who would listen. Here's a screenshot where she's sharing that same group call and saying, "This is that call where I railed Click for not doing anything for months." Note that this date is in October, a couple of weeks
Okay,
after
so she did outright say that it was months that it was going on. I thought she was just implying it, but she did outright say that it was months.
we had left Sadmilk. The statement about us leaving was made in November, but we had actually left a month prior. So the twisting of these events have been going on for quite a while. As for the staff member sharing inappropriate artwork in Discord, this happened about 5 weeks prior, so I'm not sure why it's being tied into all this, but I can say from experience with running Discord servers that it happens every few months that a staff member misbehaves and is removed from the team. Oftentimes, it leads to a couple of staff members getting removed, as troublemakers tend to enhance each other. This specific individual was removed from the team by me. The individual had been slowly spiraling, starting off with passive-aggressive behavior towards other staff and minor misdemeanors. When they failed to improve their behavior after a feedback session, and also got worse when they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed.
Sounds like people going on a power trip.
I think it's an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes. I actually talked to Illuminati one-on-one about this very thing. As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words she had access to this whole time. We did set up a rule set after the event occurred that the mod chat should live up to the same standards as the rest of the server rules, to avoid people getting carried away with their friends in mods chats. Furthermore, the individuals who partook were directly talked to and accepted that what they had shared wasn't server appropriate. I do also believe we demodded one of the instigators, who was a bit of a troublemaker, but it's a long time ago, I don't recall the names. Again, this is a situation I personally addressed once it was brought to my attention. It sadly happens sometimes that people in your community do or say things that you yourself don't endorse or stand for. I think every creator can relate to that fact. I think it's about how you build your community in general, what values you endorse, and how you act when situations happen, because situations will happen. And to be clear, the chats were cleaned out because I wanted to ensure the chats were as safe as possible. In retrospect, I do believe the situation escalated to the point it did, so she could replace my staff and have more control over my Discord and community. But it's hard to tell if it's intentional or a byproduct of just constant conflict escalation and nitpicking. And if you still don't believe me, you can check out my Discord yourself. It's linked in every description of my channel, and my staff and I do our best to make it as wholesome and supportive as possible. We have chill chat rooms, meme channels, a Minecraft community server, art contests, edits and fan art sharing, stream clips channels, you name it. It's just a good vibe. So I'm surprised it's being painted in such a dark way when it's right there. You can actually just go look. nice little Discord plug. Hashtag sponsored by my Discord, heck yeah. Number 2, click using abhorrent language. Content warning, mention of slurs. I will be brief here, because there isn't really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's talking to Adiwazi, among a few others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in. But just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the r-slur thing was about. I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that I either A. over-embellished to further feel accepted of the tone of one instance, never of course realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B. Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was also very common when we lived under the same roof. C. There was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, I will say that watching Blair just say the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Edit, there's also a chance that you said this like way back in 2019. I think the language I used in the group chat was more to put distance between us, not great on my part. It would have to be one of those, or a mix, honestly, because I don't remember you saying it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course, but I don't have any memories of it. I'm sorry for the pain that comment caused, man. Apologies will never, of course, repair the actions that I have made, and when all this went down. I'm sure there is more shitty things I've done or said that I honestly, for the life of me, can't remember. As for Blair claiming you use abhorrent language such as the N-word, the only evidence she ever gave us was, by her word, claiming that when the two of you were playing Dark Souls 3, you referred to enemies, or shadows, or ash, as N-lets, or something along the lines of that in December of 2019. This was not brought up until after Sandmilk split. And to be clear, I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way. I wish you all the best, man, and I hope you get to rebuild your channel or whatever you want to do with your life. Before we move on, I'm just gonna point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language. Yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both. And to add an extra layer of transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020. So it's possible I said it before that point, but I don't recall specifics. When people came to me around this time and told me they had had the word used against them simply for being neurodivergent, I was surprised, as that had not been the case around me when I grew up. But I personally
You know what I like about this?
content or for
I like that he's taking accountability. He's admitting that, yeah, I might have done something wrong, and I am sorry about it.
Yeah,
Like, he's straight up. Like, he's like, I
actual-
might... Yeah, he's like, I fucked up.
Yeah.
I am sorry.
Not.
And that is, like, awesome. Like, I barely ever see that when people are addressing shit like that. They're like, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Straight up. No excuse.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, apologizing shouldn't be as hard as some people seem to find it to be.
Right.
So much of it is really just ego.
It is. All of it. It's not that hard.
Once you get past that and you like recognize apologies are meant to like help the other person feel better.
It's meant to solve a problem.
Yeah.
It's meant to help people feel like, okay, we had an issue and the issue is resolved. That is the purpose of an apology. Put aside your ego, apologize is basically what it is. And this guy is like, I fucked up. I apologize.
It's almost
straight
like,
up.
It's almost like saying like there was a mistake, but I am willing to move forward if you are.
And he even said, like, maybe it didn't happen, but either way, I am sorry if it did happen. If it did happen, I'm fucking sorry. If it didn't, and I just don't remember, I'm sorry. He's like, I love this dude. This dude is great. I love him. This is like the opposite end of the spectrum of Illuminati's apology already, and we're 13 minutes in. Fuck yeah.
posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in all the content, simply because I didn't want my community to get the wrong idea about the values I held. I personally don't find the world too outrageous and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world, but I did opt out of using it in my content after this was being brought up to me by my fans. 3. She regrets our friendship and regrets helping me fix my wrongful channel termination due to the events mentioned.
Oh yeah.
Content warning. It sucks to have your channel deleted. I don't know, man. This is just a punch under the belt, isn't it? Why was this in the video? To be clear, my channel was restored by the help of my network, which is a service I pay for. She might have tagged YouTube on Twitter or chatted with support, and I appreciate my friends who had my back throughout all this. I even thanked them in my return video, her included. Here it is. But the fact remains, she wasn't the one who saved my channel. If you want to get into specifics, Oz and Salty are the ones who networked me with this network.
Wow, so further making herself look like Mother Teresa. Who could have fucking guessed?
Initially, but the rest was done by myself and the network. We fought for 3 weeks over Christmas to get my channel back. Very odd high horse to try to climb on top of, and claiming I should have lost my entire livelihood because of the events stated earlier in this video. Jeesh, man. On a happy note, here's a little celebration chat I had with my network rep after we got the channel back. Whee! Emojis! Whoa! Number 4. The Illuminati smear campaigns. Content warning, vulgar language, mentions of predatory behavior. These following screenshots are reflective of behavior I think we have all seen, that the community can and has attested to. Vague tweets happened, whether you were a former friend or a current one, so it was clear to anyone who had experienced this before. But it's the specific timing I would like to bring attention to. Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 AM, that Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong. If someone you know won't take action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth, and here are some of the threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one that I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing her departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminati and retweeted by Sadmilk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Worth mentioning, she also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece video on myself and OT back in 2021. When Wonder left, she retracted her support by removing her comment under the video. Wonder has since then retracted the video and apologizes for the false insinuation it contained, and I hold no grudge against him. I wish him the best in telling his own story and living his best life. He's a sweet guy who got caught up with the wrong people. She deleted the Sadmilk community tab after my Twitter thread, where I referenced her manipulation of comment sections and vague posting in order to spread rumors or manipulate the public image of us on the collab channel. So here's the deleted community.
That's it. We're going over the Illuminati drama from April.
Oh no.
This is the Click. He's one of the he's the guy that she accused of fostering an environment that allowed for pedophiles to prey on children.
That's so slay.
Community tab, and the older screenshots I have from the community tab look like this. Better without Click, and you can see there are multiple comments that ratio this. I mean, obviously the channel had a lot of my audience as crossover. And a couple hours later, oh my god, all the ratioing comments are just magically gone, so it looks like more people are hating on me than they actually are. Oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter. I didn't see the N-word in old videos, just saying. Oh damn. It's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify, back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of. Things I no longer support. The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago. And at the time, I didn't really understand the concept of who can quote a bad word in reference to American culture. I am sorry about those statements, and I apologize to anyone.
Oh, like what? He quoted something from Pulp Fiction?
Ah, yes. The dead storage. Dead person storage.
Feels affected.
He quoted a line that's just entirely slurs.
Trying and failing quite miserably to be funny.
He said a
and to be
quote
honest,
that was
it actually
slurs in
feels
chronological
good
order.
to talk about it because she's held this over my head for 2 years. As people have
Not
started reaching
chronological,
out to
bro.
me and other ex-members from Sadmilk, I now for the first time have gotten a proper look into the other side of this, and my suspicions of her being behind these rumors and smear campaigns is now confirmed. All these screenshots take place after we have left Sadmilk. We left in early October, and she posted about us leaving in early November. Here she is, hyping up people who simply got banned from, in this case, One Topic's Discord. They spent hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least any content creator can do or should do is give the teams the respect they deserve. Mods have been the backbone of every YouTube community, and so on and so forth. Ah, this OT and Click poo has me heated. These stupid fricks. Oof. How could you not care about the people who care about your community the most? How? I would like to point out the hypocrisy here, that in regards to my own Discord, she has been constantly suggesting me not being harsh enough. But when a staff member actually is kicked for breaking rules, she does this? Alright, Here she is, twisting the facts about the VC she had with OT around the time the pedo was banned around 2 a.m. Note that the dates mean that she has been spinning this twisted narrative of what actually happened for a very long time, about 2.5 years. Here she is, still harping on the same Discord situations yet again, venting about it in some group DM. This is all after I had left Sadmilk. Venting and nitpicking my wording in a DM. At this point, the argument isn't even if the situation was resolved or not. And to clarify, yes, I do think there is a distinct difference between personally targeting a minor with nudes or extorting them for nudes versus posting some random lewd artwork from Twitter in an inappropriate chat room. Both are bad, but they are not in the same ballpark. Me clarifying that is a very odd thing to nitpick and vent about. Here's the same chat room again, twisting a joke from a
leads
collab
to
video
jail
from myself and
time.
OT. Trigger warning, pedo stuff. We were watching an old video from OT and Click last night, and part of the discussion, they were discussing OT memes, and they made a driver of the free candy van joke. Holy poo! What the frick?
For fuck's sake.
Really? A white van joke is your banger evidence? I mean, as if the Discord stuff wasn't already misinterpreted and overhyped enough. What is this? Are you serious? Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh my god, if straws were growing on straws, this
That's
would...
like saying, I'm popular with the kids. I'm popular with the youth. How the fuck does that translate to, I wanna fuck the youth? In what goddamn backwards
be the
world?
straws that were being grasped
In
at,
Blair's
man.
mind.
You know,
What the hell?
I want to say that it sounds crazy, but also
I've been impulsively exiting the game every time I go to unmute myself, and I'm starting to be like, what is going on?
there's that meme of the girl on TikTok when she's like, when I realized I had a chance with all the YouTube crushes I had at 12.
No, I've seen a similar one, except it was a Girl Out of Blood at the Dance Floor concert back in, like, what, 2007 or something? She's like, me, dancing out of blood on the dance floor, thinking I had a chance with the lead singer. Me, 10 years later realizing I did.
I'm just like, damn, there really be a lot of predators.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Here she is, leaking and nitpicking a message from me to my staff, proving that she did indeed have insiders in my mod team after she and I had parted ways and the crossover staff had officially left. She says, yikes, and here is me saying that, oh yeah, you noticed the staff has left again. Basically, what happened is that OT and I left Sadmilk. It was becoming an increasingly tense environment with the group, and at the end of the day, we had no real option but to take a step back. With that change, not surprising that staff from Sadmilk was asked to leave, and I hold no grudge over it. The positive side to this is we will have more freedom within our own ranks to form this place as we want it to be without too much influence from outside parties. Paired with that, I will now have more time on my hands and I can help with day-to-day tasks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in staff chats or DMs. I apologize for this rocky road, and I hope it will be easier in the near future. I will also book yet another meeting, Lemao, in the near future. Love y'all.
Blair likes to talk a lot about how, like, she was the person putting the most into Sadmilk. But, like, according to this, like, once Click left Sadmilk, he had a bunch of free time to work with. So that sort of implies he was dedicating some amount of time to the channel, at least by Click's view of the situation.
Right until you get to Wonder and Oz.
Yeah.
Boy.
He just lied to his staff about what really happened. What, I just said that people left. They did, though. They weren't asked to leave. Oh, wait, I read that wrong, but he's pinning it on me. Why are you spying on my Discord, man? She's just spying on private conversation I'm having with my, like, 7 mods. Nitpicking specific wording. Yeah, I said she told her staff to leave because her staff left in the middle of the night without explanation. Nobody told me anything else. What exactly should I have assumed? All I had was this when I specified to the staff that they were still friends. I want to let you know that one topic and I are leaving Sadmilk. There's no bad blood, but the project is moving in a direction I simply cannot follow. I know this might cause some conflict of interest for the staff that are both here and in Sadmilk, and if you want to talk about it, I'm always open. In my book, you're welcome, independent of what projects are happening. And they're saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna stay here, I'm your friend, blah blah blah. But when I took the screenshots, the names were already white. They left in the middle of the night, and the only context I had to this was a random piece of a no mic VC chat that read like this. What the? Of course, I'm just confused. Understandable. Has everyone left Click already? Okay, I'm gone. Team Blair all the way. F those dudes. Of course not. The Click is gonna be interesting from now on. Good luck with that. It's gonna be interesting. Any coffee for this Click was my original home, but still F him. So, I don't know exactly what was said about me, but I suppose hurt.
Yeah, I see someone in the chat saying Wonder's video almost made me cry. I feel bad for him. Yeah, Wonders gets hard to watch.
Oh, great.
Great.
Telling her mods how horrible
I mean,
was.
it shouldn't come as any surprise, considering what Blair said about him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like they have every right to be upset. 100%. Like, holy fuck, I cannot imagine. Like, honestly, what they had to go through. Like, I wouldn't wish anything like that on anyone, and it really sucks that they had to go through that, especially since like Blair, you know what? Yeah, since Blair was like, go this person bad, go fucking tell them they're a bad person. Like, holy fuck. No one deserves that.
You know,
That
the guy,
just sucks.
my dog.
You did me good. Yeah, but my ass, I don't care.
My dog's sad emoji.
As was done in
My-
the video.
my
Isn't
dog.
technically asking them to leave, I guess. It's probably worse. Going back to the rumor machine, here's the same chat room again. Digging through my very oldest content looking for dirt. Let's play Minecraft with Crazy Part 2. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Ah! The R word is here. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Jesus Christ. I was a high schooler in like 2010.
Oh my god.
Minecraft for
Wow.
like 12 followers.
Okay.
Oh. And here's the chat that keeps going ever since she made SM
And
announcement.
like guaranteed he was probably like watching PewDiePie, like just copying PewDiePie.
People need to realize that, like, the internet was a way different place 10 years ago.
Teenager see, teenager do.
Exactly!
Yeah, also friendly reminder, Click is Swedish.
Yeah!
So there's
Okay,
also
so-
that cultural, there's also that cultural, like, difference, too.
Not everyone lives in the USA, Blair. Or the USA, except USA.
We know.
Yeah.
The you sack my nuts.
God, the fucking bitch.
Some fans are putting it together, while I am mostly the big bad bish. Some are figuring it out.
Oh,
Listen,
no.
I have Click on video saying the F slur and R slur. He
Oh,
will put
no.
himself up with his own ego like I won't have to do anything of that. He's gonna muddy his own hands and unravel it himself. Oh yeah, it's in his old videos. They are still live on his channel. Hobbies are a good way to spend your time. What the hell? And this is her just making people actually more hateful towards me because of my old bad jokes when I was a teenager. So much for this
Click really said, "Get a life, bitch."
The
Click really did just tell Blair to touch grass.
You know what I don't understand about, like, internet drama and stuff? It's just so exhausting to be so negative all the time. Like, how much time do you have on your hands?
They're teenagers. They have way too much.
Clearly too much.
Clearly too much. Take away their internet privileges.
Yes.
Put Net Nanny on them.
This
Y'all remember
happened
Net
to
Nanny?
come out when I
Oh my god, Net Nanny!
Wow.
Y'all remember that?
I don't want to remember that.
Dude, I had to deal with Net Nanny on my computer when I was like, what, 13 or so?
Where did my socks
When I was
go?
a kid, my mom didn't know how Net Nanny worked, and she tried to install it on our computer because I was a kid, and she's like, "Oh, if my kid goes on the internet, bad things will happen because that's what happens the moment you enter the internet." So she installed the Net Nanny
Okay.
application, but she never completed the setup.
You know, no, even if you have the setup completed, it's such a fucking trashy thing. Because what it does is it blocks every individual page. You have to go in and manually accept every page. So if you're like browsing and or doing like a research paper on Wikipedia, you have to go through and accept every individual page that you go to on Wikipedia.
Oh,
Wow.
we had something like that. I don't think it was
It's-
called Net Nanny, but we had something like that.
old lady cartoon
It's-
clip art thing that was with the Net Nanny thing.
Yeah, no, ours didn't have that. It was very,
Yeah.
very.
Mine was 2000s.
Yeah, ours was like late 90s type looking software that you just had to
Oh
type
shit,
the
you
password
old.
into. What? I didn't have the internet in the 90s. I got internet when I was 14. Fuck you.
Oh.
That's just what it looked like. It looked like old Microsoft shit. I can ban you for
I did
this,
not
right?
have enough protection on the internet, and that's why I'm like this now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember the first time I saw that My Little Pony smile thing on YouTube. I was like, oh, cool, pretty ponies, My Little Pony. Oh, God!
Very planned smear campaign, and she had a very big hand in it. Here is her talking again. I'm a level with y'all here, reading through the things and seeing this person in the chat excusing Click saying the R slur because it was 10 years ago, and it's irrelevant is super yikes to me. Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't even in my
How
vocabulary.
dare you acknowledge that the passage of time and growth as a human being is a thing? I mean, okay, Blair, so does that mean that every single thing that you've done, like, you get to be dragged for? No matter how long ago it was? Alright.
Vocabulary, not 10 years ago, not now, because it was
I
never
feel like
appropriate.
I've seen this type of person before. Oh, I have.
And here is the same chat keeping going, digging through even more of it. It's like, oh, here's another video where there
Also-
was a bad word.
God. Presuming Blair lived in Colorado, she's lying through her teeth if she says that the R slur was never okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I just
Considering
didn't
you
wanna
live
say it.
on Earth, you're
as-
lying.
No, it's like, well, it's like, I can imagine maybe in some places it was, you were probably taught early on. But don't fucking lie and say that Colorado is one of those places, because it most
Yeah.
certainly was not.
Holy fuck. Just.
It's like, I have lived here for 20 years, don't fucking lie to me.
Don't gaslight me like this, bitch. Blairch.
Blair?
The Blair
It's
Witch.
the Blair bitch. It's the Blairch. Thank you, thank you.
Choke on myself.
I
I'll be
remember,
murdering children.
I
all
remember,
night.
I remember Aaron's Aaron Tempest's joke about this was, I can't wait for the corporate casket on it.
If you do happen to make a video on this, I hope that you have Illuminati in a casket labeled corporate. That would be fucking hilarious.
Okay.
It turns out even the random allegations against mine and OT's podcast we had to address last summer originated from this group, with the same people involved hyping up the person making the allegations both publicly and privately, at least according to people that have come forward to me. So based on what I have seen, she along with some staff and others would sit in this chat and just hype up each other's hatred for us, grasping at straws. And if this wasn't enough, here's a former staff member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me looking for dirt, more specifically the R word. I needed to work with this person to help me find Click saying the R slur in Sadmilk's raw audio. I can do that, just let me grab the shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sadmilk video, but can't remember which one, and she's over her head. I'll pay you $200 to find it, and here's the payment. I mean, there's people, I'm sure.
Holy fuck! Okay, B, did you see in the future? What a Blair bitch!
You know, it gets worse.
Oh no.
God.
The one time where I want to say don't get a job because you don't need money.
Oh my. Oh, jeez. What the? I'll be right back. I'm thirsty from this. I'm gonna go get a drink.
Sure, there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private.
Wow.
It's not even a part of my
Oh my God,
vocabulary.
is this like serious drama at this point?
Like, bitch, your vocabulary is just like the words that you know. You're already like lying by saying it's not a part of your vocabulary.
It's like, am I supposed to take this seriously, man? And to be honest, I don't care if she uses the R word behind closed doors, but also to be this up in arms about it when others do it, that's just like rampant hypocrisy, man. Come on. She actually paid people to dig up dirt and run smear campaigns on ex-colleagues, specifically snooping through my oldest content, years of decade-old content, and compiling it. I was like in high school and still learning English, playing Minecraft Alpha. Are you... Oh my god. Some rounding off thoughts. If she genuinely was so concerned about me being harmful, why did she never do anything? If she genuinely believed children were being harmed...
Like, she only felt the need to call him out when he made a thread saying, yeah, she was kind of a bitch.
Yep.
And then she's like, oh, guys, actually he supports pedophiles. It's like, excuse you?
In my Discord.
A normal
was
progression.
Rampant racist, a homophobe, a ableist. Why was the best thing she could do is start rumors, vent in Discord, and vague post on Twitter? Why would she do this? When I left, I wrote out a pleasant exit message detailing I still considered everyone friends. In our last DM together, I wished her the best. Why? Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money, just to try to ruin myself and others? Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend? Well, hello there, it's Click from the future here. I was just finishing editing this video where I got a few more things from ex-staff of hers and other people that have burned that bridge. The first couple screenshots is from one of her ex-admins showing that they did indeed reach out to me about the issues in the Discord, and here is me confirming that I did indeed address it. Here is that same person talking to Blair about the information in the Discord, claiming that I did indeed take action when the information reached me. So that's all well and good. There is a second story basically confirming my innocence and that I'm not a horrific Discord owner. But what has me a bit surprised is the next few screenshots. Here is Illuminati having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of, you know, dirt digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw in the Sandmilk announcement of all the milkmen. Now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit. And this is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sandmilk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth. And I was a big fan of the Click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then, I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched some of his old videos. So, this is actually Blair, on an alt account, making the claims that Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly. She totally...
So guys, do you think that it makes total sense for people to call Blair Creepshow Art 2.0?
Yes. A little bit.
This feels like someone else we dealt with who had 90 alts.
Hilariously, I was talking about how I have to talk about personal stuff for a video.
Slay.
Anyways, Blair is very like that family member I said, who lies a lot, that I've
Oh
now cut off.
no! Oh yeah, I can see that actually.
Oh yeah, she pulls like all the same shit.
What I missed? What I missed? I forgot.
Laughing.
Just the confirmation that Illuminati was very much like Creepshow Art.
Alright, you got it. I
flying around everywhere.
I didn't get a drink. Instead I got popcorn. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
He wasn't paying people to dig up dirt. This is her on an alt account, spreading misinformation and trying to enhance her own image. Here's another little funny post from the same account where she forgot to switch accounts and interacting with the Animal Crossing subreddit, at least according to Oz. Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things, created differences. Click is a liar, and not to reclaim someone topic as friends with someone while pretending to be wholesome and good. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account.
Oh my god.
And it keeps going. Click said the N-word and replies and claiming I'm not going to reply and I'm horrible. Here is a long post. I'm not gonna... You can pause it if you want to read the whole thing. I don't want to.
my god.
Wow, that is a lot of words.
She really does need to get a hobby.
Just
Honestly,
yeah,
this is just sad.
conspiratory posting about Click being removed from Sad Milk because slurs and racism. Gross.
Honestly, this is just sad.
Yep.
This is not
You can-
someone who is mentally healthy right now.
Pause it
Like,
if you want to read the whole
play
thing.
some video games.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Pikmin 4
Here
comes out
is-
next week.
This is worrisome, honestly.
Like, it's literally less expensive to buy 3 full-price console games than she was paying people to go look through stuff.
How much negative energy space does she have in her brain right now? Like, what section of her brain is just full of hate? Because, like, Jesus Christ.
Brain looking like Gygus.
Dude.
Same account, Dubishmerz on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021 that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sad Milk members, community members, you name it. You name
Oh
it.
fuck, I gotta go. Bye, all.
At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll with a little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it.
I'm sorry, a
This
little.
was Blair all along. She was making alt accounts to spread her stuff because she probably knows deep down inside that the stuff she was digging up on me and all the stuff she was doing was...
Can you imagine how much behind the scenes drama or like known about community drama is just the result of like petty content creators making alt accounts to make their ex friends or their rivals look bad?
There's so much
Oh,
of it.
don't I know? Oh, don't I know it?
Fuck, Fagos!
Oh fuck, I wasn't even.
Oh. I mean, I was thinking of the fucking whack jobs that I have to deal with regularly.
Yeah, I was referencing the song. But also... There's so much negativity online anymore that sometimes I just open Twitter, I see it, and I'm like, okay, that's enough internet for today. I've been on there 30 seconds, and I'm already fucking done.
I've had instances where, like, I'll go on Twitter, I'll be scrolling for, like, a minute, and within that time, all of a sudden I just have, like, bad thoughts chanting in my head, and I'm just like, maybe I should close Twitter.
You need a hug?
Nah. I just closed
Oh.
Twitter.
Oh, yeah, that works too, but also, oh.
so petty that she could never actually make a public statement of it. So she did this just to get back at an ex-colleague. She did this. She paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why? Why? And it keeps going. Here it is on Twitter, tagging me, tagging herself. It's tagging Deaf Noodles. Here it's tagging...
Well, yeah, I guess it would look suspicious if she wasn't tagging herself.
Yep.
Bro, imagine being your own friend group.
Imagine being your own yes man. It's like a bunch of it's like a bunch of finger puppets that all like. You remember that book from Despicable Me, like the 3 kittens where they all like drink the milk. Every time she like is like, "Is this a good idea?" They all like bow their heads, and she's like, "Yeah, I knew it was a good idea."
Palma, Damien, it's tagging a bunch of people from the community, and Salty, it's tagging Amanda the Jedi. We had her on the guest on the podcast, and you come after Amanda the Jedi? Here's Vamps getting the same posts. Here arguing with a bunch of fans. Here's one topic with his wholesome the Halloween special. Oh, Dubishmerz. Right there. Well, isn't that just wholesome and sweet? Here's Anne Mine with a cute artwork about myself, OT and Salty, and yep.
Wow.
Illuminati's right there with her alt account.
What a
Posting
bitch.
this slanderous video that she edited together, collecting all the worst things she deemed from stuff I said when I was barely of legal age. And it keeps going. Here it keeps tagging one topic. Here it's tagging Blair again. It goes on. It keeps going.
This
This isn't
is
some
so bad that this
small
could
YouTuber
potentially
beef.
be taken to
This
court
isn't
for
people
emotional distress.
being angry at each other because
It
ooh,
should
someone
be.
did a bit more work in a project or not.
Wow. This makes me angry
I'm
that he
need
had
a
to go
break
through
now.
this.
I need a break.
Yeah.
I'll add this part to
He
the
deserves
video,
a break.
and I'll
You
let the
take
rest
that
of the
break,
video
Click.
play
You
out
take it.
as it was originally.
On TikTok, a kid just talked about how they had a friend group, and then they learned how it was all one person pretending to be 4 other people plus themselves for 2 years. What?
Wow.
Absolute crazy person
Bro,
behavior.
That's just sad. That's honestly just sad.
That's demented.
Yeah. Honest, hold on, I'm gonna refill my popcorn bowl real soon. Hold on.
Oh, I don't hold this against Oz. He was more stuck than I was. Oh, Doobie Schmertz, Illuminati. Please fucking stop what you're doing. Okay, I cannot fucking handle this. Okay, let's let it die. I am not fucking able to record because of this stress. Okay, I'm pulling back. Work with him, okay? Wow.
Jesus Christ. This is just... Wow.
Chapter 5, some other comments. Content warning, self-harm, and depression. Her video goes into a few more topics, how she wasn't paid, even though her own screenshot shows me resolving the payment after I had issues with the credit card, along with offering to help out further. And also some out-of-context schedules, which I have no idea when the screenshot is taken or of exactly what. I have no real interest in addressing it, to be honest. It's just he said, she said stuff, and I think I've shown enough in this video to clear my name and show that she has consistently presented half-truths and twisting events to their worst possible interpretation. My intention is that this is my last address of this situation. But I would like to quickly comment on other parts of the video. What she did to Wonder is the most gross expose I have ever seen. Not only does she openly share his potential suicide note, she also shares images and talking points suggesting this man is at the end of his rope. Kicking downwards is an understatement.
In fairness, I don't think that was a suicide note. I think it was more that he was recounting the feelings that he had at the time. I think it was in past tense. But yes, I still think that was incredibly tasteless. If somebody is talking about having those thoughts, they are incredibly vulnerable, and it is insanely irresponsible and disrespectful to just out that to the internet like that. It shows that you have, like, little to no regards for their privacy or their personal well-being as an individual, and that's not cool.
Some people are commenting how she bought a nice car and leased to him and gave him a job. And I would like to point out that this in of itself is quite charitable. However, it comes with the cost of full control of his life.
Thank you!
She is not just his friend, but his landlord, car leaser, and boss. Any conversation or disagreement would be very far from a peer-to-peer interaction. And if she really wanted to help a friend who needed a car, why not just buy a used one and write over ownership of it? It's cheaper, less dependent, and the wear doesn't matter. The whole thing seems very fishy to me, but...
Also, actually, now that I'm remembering, she said earlier that, like, the way that the editing thing worked was that all 6 of them would pay to pay an editor, and it would be split, like, 6 ways evenly. But if Wonder was doing the editing, then his half would simply be subtracted from the amount that they would pay in editing fees. So that implies that he was editing content for the channel. Because her whole thing was like, oh yeah, no, he wasn't even doing content. I only had him doing those 4 videos for me and he didn't even get them done. It's like, okay, but then why did you have this system where he was editing content for the channel if he never edited content for the channel unless unprompted by you? Boom!
Yep. Mic drop!
I will let Wonder speak for himself. She also dodged Oz's entire statement, which, yeah, I'll let him tell his side of the things too. My only personal wish is that she just stops. Stop obsessing over people in Discord. Stop trying to spin a narrative or dig up dirt just because someone left your collaboration channel. We just want to be left alone. Finally, I would like to thank my community for being respectful and patient, both towards myself and others throughout this whole ordeal. And I'm looking forward to getting back to business as usual and posting my silly videos and streaming video games. And as a small side note, just to address potential comments that might come up, yes, this video is monetized to ensure it's not throttled by YouTube, because
Alright.
I actually...
So, should we whose video came out next? Was it...
I would. The next one's was Wonders, but Wonders, as again, is very hard to watch, so this is entirely up to you. Otherwise, you could watch One Topic at a Time's video.
Okay.
It's entirely up to you. Do you want to go through the hard stuff now or later?
I want to come back, but after you guys are done with the One Topic, could someone ping me back to come back? Because, like, if it's really hard to watch, I don't think I'm in the right headspace.
One Topics is fine. Wonders is the one that gets...
Oh, Wonders.
hard.
Well, oh yeah. I think I'm just gonna take a break for a bit.
Okay.
Can someone ping me when y'all are done? Because I need a break, because holy fuck.
Sure.
Alright, thank you for that. I appreciate. Big preach. Alright, I'll go. I'll be back. Bye-bye.
Okay,
Apparently this is a googly eyes on the mic kind of moment. Would a microphone have its eyes on like this or like this? Yeah, okay. There we go. I'm just going to be riffing off the cuff for a while, so don't expect some big...
I want you to keep this in, I want you to keep that in mind, because every now and then you're just gonna have to look back at the microphone. It gets better.
Okay. Has he got a mustache?
Just wait. It gets better.
Okay.
receipt drop. It's just going to be me talking things out. I've got some notes to follow generally, and I'll try to do that so that I don't get disorganized. When I posted on Twitter that I didn't really want to rehash a bunch of old stuff from a group project, but just wanted to explain that work functionally broke down and didn't pan out, that is how I felt. And I still maintain an entire lack of interest in pointing fingers over petty things. But not speaking about at least some of what has now been brought up has left a vacuum that can be filled with doubt towards a friend of mine and myself. And without ambiguity, I wanted to address the parts that I was present for that I feel were misrepresented and lied about, just to clear the air on that side, since I feel at least a little bit like some words were put in my mouth. By the way, if you're here only looking for drama, get out of here. This isn't for you. I really just want to address my community and by extension, Click's community.
But what if that's how I make my money?
You know, I remember when this popped up into my subscriptions, and he had said that. I'm like, oh, unfortunate. There's gonna be a lot of people here for that.
So you're just like, okay, bye.
I didn't go anywhere. I watched. I've watched all the videos. I read all the threads. As I said, I already liked pretty much all of these creators. I was a passing fan of Illuminati's. I've been subscribed to Click and OT for years. I've enjoyed what I've seen of Wonder, and I think I was subscribed to Oz Media at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I had already been very ingrained into their content, and so when all of this came down, I was just like, this was something that I was super invested in. I don't normally get invested in this kind of drama,
you know what,
but I was
that's
super
fair.
invested in this one.
That's fair. I think also because this one involved so many really big creators, it's just like damn. Ugh.
Those who are there for this or have seen the fallout since. If you're new here, hi, I'm One Topic. I'm going to be breaking this up into a few sections. Here are the highlights. I've largely not wanted to talk about things the last few years because I've been ready to move on, and I was, frankly, just tired of being bullied. A lot of you know that I pretty openly wear my heart on my sleeve. I mean, I sobbed kind of openly when we were playing The Last of Us. Aw, a bunny. Hey, little guy. He's really I cared deeply for my friends and the community, and showing that vulnerability to bullying on the internet wasn't really of interest to me, as I know what kind of audience may follow that, and what that can result in for those who currently enjoy the positivity of our comment section and spaces. I've already seen some of that come along after her video dropped. I don't really want to be the focus here on this channel, or in general. I've been more interested in making the focus the stories or the memes that I share, and then the moments that I relate to them, rather than sharing my life in full or being some celebrity figure. I'm a very average person who doesn't enjoy the attention, and really doesn't enjoy this situation. So this isn't going to be some flashy video, it's just low-key, and when it's done, I hope we don't have to revisit things. Before jumping in, I just want to say this somewhere near the front. The way that I've seen some people address this situation is unacceptable. To use this as an excuse to bash someone's appearance or gender is something that I will not support in this community. I don't condone going out and harassing any creator involved. To briefly recap the situation, if it's needed, I was in a fun group project called Sad Milk, which I was pretty proud of, and I shouted it out constantly in videos and streams and other projects. Tons of positive aspects initially, but the value of those aspects ended up watered down over time, and my friends and I left the project when the good no longer outweighed the bad. Anyways, Illuminati has dropped a video about it, one that at the time of recording this is still up, and it should be taken down. Take it for what you will, but a lot was framed incorrectly or was outright false. It did not properly outline what the members of the group accomplished in terms of work, and the vague accusations that payments weren't made and were still an issue right to the end of the project is also just odd. A lot has been said about it already in Clicks and Wonders videos. I agree with their recounting, as I remember it the same way. From my recollection, after things started to get more serious and we had a few recordings, it became pretty clear early on that a couple members couldn't really
What are you chuckling at?
You guys see the microphone? Like, the chat's noticing it.
Oh no. I think I know where this is going.
afford the cost of a
Yeah,
fun
no, he
side
still has all of those googly eyes on his mic to this day.
project, and we had conversations as a group about how to solve for that, because we didn't want to exclude our friends. One solution discussed, for example, was the rest of the group taking on those costs. For example, when we found out that one of the group members couldn't get the 100K plaque because they couldn't afford the cost of it, we discussed pitching in together with our earnings to get it for them. It wasn't some debt that they'd owe, but just something that we could do for them so that we could all celebrate together. I mentioned this just to demonstrate that when issues arose, we talked them out as a group to find a solution, and then solved for it. So I'm unsure what the larger conversation around payments or payment issues is, as I'm unaware of it, and it wasn't a central theme to why things broke down. Honestly, seeing things unfold this way has been pretty tough. I've taken a break for a hot minute from longer videos because of it, and as you can tell, I'm a little bit rusty sitting here trying to record this. I've been gone for a bit over a month now, it looks like, right after having just taken a break from my health. I've also seen there's just some expectation that I should drop this big expose that I have had no interest in. I haven't spent the last month curating content for a video to play into drama. I've spent that time with friends who were involved, collecting our thoughts and checking in on one another. After everything that I've read this last month about this situation and after, I at least want to address what I was present for. I'm not going to talk about everything that went on. It's either unimportant at this moment or puts other creators.
Completely unrelated, but the all the eyes on the microphone makes me think of It's a Bee movie from the Brave Little Toaster.
At risk of being targeted. It made me uncomfortable to hear words or intentions put in my mouth regarding the group call.
Huh?
Like, as we've been watching this, I've been developing a fucking migraine. Like, actually. And I feel like the fucking, like, you bring up the Brave Little Toaster, I feel like the air conditioner.
It's my function! Sigh. Go sleep. And then it goes quiet.
Paul, whose framing in the video does not comport with reality. The retelling of how our group conversation went and using it as a way to frame the situation as Click not actioning soon enough or responding timely is simply a lie. By the time we got into our one-on-one call, and even the group call, it had already been taken care of. The person who had been inappropriate was banned from his Discord. I was spending time with Human One before she had to be ready for work when I got the DMs, so I went over to my mic to try to figure out what was going on. The one-on-one call was more to check in on, do you think he would support this person's behavior? And I said no, but that we should really be talking to him directly about this. Illuminati sounded pretty upset during our one-on-one call, and I wanted to be there for my friend, but I would know without a doubt that Click would not support that person's behavior. Click, who is someone I spend an inordinate amount of time with, and I thought the best way to clear this up would be to just talk to him. It felt
Bros before hoes.
weird that we
Especially when the hoes be spewing bullshit.
hadn't yet. We all got into a group call and confirmed everything had been taken care of prior to the call. The person had been banned, and no, of course, he doesn't condone their behavior, and if he had been awake for it, he would have jumped on it immediately, and that he'll talk to his mods about it directly, and so on and so forth. I felt like I was more emotional support rather than mediating the chat, so I didn't have that much involvement in the conversation. I actually just sat there and listened for most of it. The call ended up going on for so long that I was really late for my scheduled stream and my mods were waiting on me, which I'd mentioned. At that point, I'd already opened up Microsoft Flight Simulator so I could get it ready for stream, which was noticed during the call and mentioned because Discord has zero chill. And every time you open up a game, it'll change your status to whatever the game is that you have open, so that was seen. Near the end of the call, Illuminati stated that she wanted me to see the screenshots to fully understand the gravity of the situation, and I conveyed that since it was already shared between the two of them during the call, and the person was banned, and how Click was going to talk to his mods after this conversation, and with how everything was already discussed and solved, that I didn't need to see them, and I had no interest in them. I really didn't want to see the messages of a banned Discord person. A folder of them was dropped into the chat, and I was told it was important to look at them, so wanting to keep the waters calm, I opened the folder, and I looked at one of the screenshots, and then I reiterated in written text what I'd already conveyed, which was that I had no interest in having access to the screenshots. The conversation felt weird at the time, and looking back, it's weird how it was reframed for the purpose of that video, but from my memory, the call was actually pretty positive. Checking in on an issue that was seen on Discord, making sure Click was okay, and I had the impression we were all friends by the end of it. I don't want to rehash the screenshot everyone has seen, but I actually DM'd Click immediately after the call, and this was our conversation regarding it. How dare you diss my kissy noises? Yeah, thanks for that, dude. Lol. I'm sorry all of that got dumped on you at once, dude. I agree, Illumi can talk to you directly about this, obviously, and she woke me up a while ago with a lot of concerns, so I was just sticking around to make sure that she didn't take things to the worst conclusion. Let me know if you feel up to streaming or anything today. Haha, it's all good. I'm not surprised, to be honest, and it isn't a shock. Happy to have you there. We'll see. I was planning on streaming like an hour ago, but if this doesn't drain me too much, I'm down. Can't promise, though. It was draining to me. I didn't know about this stuff outside of what you told me a few weeks ago, and I was sleeping. Lol. This was me joking about having been asleep at the time. This is in reference to the call, because we all knew Click had been asleep. And same, I pushed back my stream, haha. I'll start with Fall Guys and you can keep me posted. Nice. Click had already solved an issue with his mods a few weeks before, and that was brought up during the call, and he explained it was handled, but that wasn't the focus of the call. Before moving forwards, I know that my Discord is much smaller, but I'm still confused about the phrasing of who owned whose mods, and claiming Click's mods didn't do anything to ban a member if they both shared mods, because then the mods who did do the ban were also his mods, even if they're moderating elsewhere, because they're also moderating his Discord? Anyways. I didn't call a specific meeting. Click did express the importance of having one to clear the air about what we all found stressful and how to solve for it, something he and I had talked about, but we didn't call a meeting. He and I had actually scheduled time off for us to catch up on our workload and just spend time away from the project, and when we were told the meeting was to take place, it was during that time off that we had scheduled. Time we needed to step away for a breather. I don't need to rehash the full meeting. I wasn't there for as long as the others, and what was said to me was quoted more accurately in Wonder's video. How the rest of the meeting went was recounted to me afterwards and later corroborated by the others who stayed. This was detailed in Click's Twitter thread. It became clear during the meeting that me simply staying involved in the project was unhealthy for me, but also that my participation was seen as antagonistic. I don't know what she needed, but whatever it was, whatever kind of help it wasn't what a friend could give. And I don't think I was one at that point. And that sucked. I hadn't actually seen my departing message since making it. I wrote this and then left the server. Since it's been in others' videos, I'm just gonna read it out. Hey fam, I've had a quick chat with Oz, but I want to share with you the details. I've decided to step away from Sad Milk. Sad Milk is an excellent project, one that I've loved participating in and making friends through. I genuinely care for each of you, and it's hard to recognize when things are fundamentally not working despite trying to push through it. I have done my best to adapt myself, my voice, my presence, and my humor around what all of you will find works in a video. And I've done my absolute best to be the voice of reason when big things are changing or we need someone to prepare bad news, but the level of involvement I've had is not sustainable, and regressing further into it this way is continuing to be unhealthy for me, both publicly and privately. Currently, I will be stepping away from Sad Milk. I don't have any public messaging planned, as any change, such as someone leaving, can make people feel like a project is on rocky footing, and I don't want my personal exit to be the cause of yet more drama. I love you all, and I need to do this for my sake. I love what we've done so far, and I know you can take this further. OT. It's I've also asked Click, who left a day or so after I did, to please read his departing message for us.
God, my nose is stuffy today, but I'm gonna read this anyway, because...
Dude, you're so sick.
Okay, let me get through this. Oh my god. Hey, friends, I'm a slime all over y'all. I have taken this last week to think things through thoroughly, and realized during the past time, and especially during the Monday meeting, that a lot of priorities and ideas for Sad Milk have shifted. It is always fun to see a project move forward and see your friends be invested and creative. However, I also feel like I was in the minority in the meeting, and that is perfectly okay. Everyone doesn't have to agree on everything or do the same things. With all these God,
you're
with all these
dying
changes,
right now.
I am very dying. With all these changes, Sad Milk is heading in a direction that I simply cannot follow at this time. You may have noticed on my other platforms that I have decreased my width and activity in many places, such as the podcast, my ASMR channel, I stream less, etc. I realized that my life was getting incredibly isolated, where I sometimes didn't see another human for 3 days in a row and didn't leave the house. Being the extrovert I am, this has started to affect my mental health negatively, and I need to drop some things to make life work. Hence, I can't ride with you on the current path Sad Milk is on. I wish the best for the channel, and it has been a blast to do something like this with like-minded people. I do still consider everyone here close friends, and I look forward to talking with you guys in DMs or other servers. I don't plan on having a public announcement made, just let it fade out smoothly. With a new style of content that might actually happen naturally. Love you all deeply, and thank you for letting me partake in this project. Woo!
Thanks for recording it, even though you're really sick.
Oh, no worries, no worries. My voice is still buttery smooth, but instead of butter, it's slime.
Oh god, stop. Alright, that's it. We're done. Okay, I'm gonna stop recording. Come on. Thanks, Click. After that, we talked about how we could quietly tell our moderators that we had left the group without causing a stir. To not cause a mess, but to look out for specific or targeted messages in chat or in discords and redirect or delete as needed. We had no intention of going after anyone or telling a story about why we left. We wanted what was best for our friends, even if that meant we couldn't move forwards with them on one work project. Illuminati is correct that she did not speak to me after the meeting, not since 2020. Click was right that we didn't want to weigh in on things at the time, because speaking towards any of this was clearly seen as antagonistic or threatening, and we just wanted to give everyone the space to move on. But regardless of what we did or didn't do, rumors continued to spin, and it was so disappointing. Especially when some of the rumors were furthered on Reddit from Illuminati's main account. Not only were these posts inaccurate, but they showed a dishonest oversimplification of the work we had done on this project. I took a mental health break from my server with everything going on. I've tried not to share a lot of personal details about myself when making my channel, intentionally so, because I want the focus to be more on the stories or memes from the community that knows what it feels like to not like yourself and to want to improve. And something I found when I started my YouTube channel is I started to like myself more. There's still down days and bad days, but they were a lot more manageable when being able to focus on work I believed in and supporting a community I really value. Struggling with mental health was something I related to strongly with other members of the group, and we talked pretty openly about it. Our fears, our insecurities. One thing I never thought would be released was personal details about a group member's mental health or their struggles. I figured
I will be right back. I think Demona has to go outside. Hopefully she doesn't want to stay outside, because if that's the case, we will have to stop the stream. So I will be right back. I'm coming, puppy. You have to come.
It's just you and I then, chat. How How's it going? Yes, up to 6. Dude, I love OT's little biblically accurate microphone. It's so great. It is my favorite thing about this video. Yeah, the microphone's great. I love the biblically accurate microphone. He's now all alone. Yep. Much bigger audience than I'm used to. But I can try to be the good vibes while ponders. Takes there's only one of her and 80 of us. Oh no! God, I'm gonna get bullied. You're gifted a sketchbook that you're about to fill with the brim with art. Nice. Click OT soothing to listen to after Blair's BS. Yeah. Wonders is pretty good too. But again, Wonders is also very heavy. I think it's too overwhelming. Make sure to take a nice break.
Okay, yes, that was correct. So, Demona wants to sit outside for a bit. She wants to sunbathe. So I'm going to go do that with her. And then once she's done, we'll come in to cool off. And I will come back to do some more streaming. Okay, so I'll be back. Bye, guys.